Dreadfully, terribly, something is amiss. But don't you mind the feeling, it's all made up in your head. Destiny's melody calling out to me. But what I need from you is to come closer to the edge. Never the same, the hope I will drain from you into the pit. I must admit, I come anew.
You guys weren't able to hear me. Oh my god. Thank you for the likes and thank you so much for the subscribes. I appreciate it a lot. Let me turn this down. We'll try to make it right. Don't wanna start a fight. And we're so sorry if we give you a little fright. We're not so scary if you see us in the daylight. You'll be so happy just as long as you survive the night. Make it right, don't wanna start a fight. And we're so sorry if we give you all a little fright. We're not so scary if you see us in the daylight. You'll be so happy just as long as you survive the night. Anyway, sorry guys, I'm kind of like all over the place. I just got back from going to work and not going to work because fucking no one was there. God damn it, we lost 3 viewers. I'm so sad. Oh wait, I need to get my mouse. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back, guys.
Just don't break the rules and play nice. And I'm sure that we'll all get along. We'll be the best of friends. Forever.
Dick's Deal Days are back. Now through Monday, get $20 off your purchase of $100 or more, exclusively in the Dick's app. Plus, check back often for epic daily deals on Nike, Adidas, UGG, and more. Shop Dick's Deal Days on Dicks.com and in the Dick's app.
So, I think we're on day 3 or 4. Not too sure. But we bought all of this one, We're working on this. I'm saving money for... Did I buy all of this? No. Do I have... Where's the side stage? That's what I want. It's a side stage. Where's the side stage? Not there. Has to be here. I bought that already. No, wait. It says unavailable. How do I switch out the stage? Maybe. Do I need to get rid of, like, this guy? I can't get rid of him. Do I need to get a different... Fucking, I'm confused. Wait. I don't know what I'm doing. Did I already get? I think I already got trash in the game. Actually, no, because I don't have the stage. Orville. Oh, how did I get the stage? I don't know, bro. fucking, I hate that fucking thing, bro. God damn it, baby.
You should have known I'd find you.
Fuck you, baby. Stupid ass bitch. Fucking hate you, bro. Hope you die. Hope you die in a fire, which you will! Cause I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Just try to make it right.
Let's not waste any time. Let's get right into the show.
Go and Super and Gear too. Rack up the tracks and the carload. Woo-hoo. Day after day after day after day. We fly and the moon and the sun and we don't know why. Looks like we're doing this. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
It feels like my birthday. Did you have a gift for me?
Someone named Ball Cancer just followed me on TikTok on my business account. That's so fun. Ball Cancer. Shout out to Ball Cancer. Actually, no, don't shout out Ball Cancer, but like the account, not the fucking name. What I want to look at is upgrading my floor plan. Where's my live channel?
Meadow Shirkei?
Okay, what I'm looking for is to upgrade the floor. That's what I was trying to do. There. Now I can go to the catalog and buy you. Yay! And now I can get more money by putting lefty, I think. Not lefty. Who then? Let me put all trash and thinking up there then. Because I don't think I have this one yet. And if I do, I'll be surprised. Yay, I don't have it. Yay, 1,000. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Who else am I missing? Okay, so I have... I literally only have 1,000. Not the rock stars. I'm looking for... I have them all. Did I already get them? I'm so confused. I have no idea. I'm so confused. Okay, never mind. Go away, lefty. You're way too high for that. Okay. Let me look at the catalog again. You know what? It's fine. I think we're fine. Sorry, I'm trying to set up my live. We got 4 people watching this. This is fucking insane. Yo, what is this? AIO Ajaka Makare Kasika Kaka. This looks really cool. Is this Loops? Is in a FNAF game, I think, in FNAF Worlds. Hope he's so cute. Ooh, I subbed. It's Pizza Simulator. Yeah, it's Pizza Simulator. Thank you for the subscribe. I really appreciate it. I subscribed back. So, yeah. Hi, what's up, Playtime? Hi, Paz. Hi, Nightmare. What's up, Lilith? Hi, Zoe. How are y'all doing today? I hope y'all are doing great. I'm doing fantastic. We got 5 people in here. Mwah, 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 mwah. Love you all. What's up, Nightmare? What's up, Playtime? How y'all doing today? I'm also watching Stranger Things on the side, so if I'm like looking over there, it's because I have Stranger Things going on, so thank you so much for the subscribes. What's up, Lilith? Poe. Hi, Lilith. I hope y'all are doing fucking amazing, because that's what you guys deserve, is to be fucking amazing, because you guys are amazing, and you guys are so sweet. Like, you guys, I literally don't deserve all of you. Like, literally 100 subscribers, plus I have 200 and, not 200, Jesus, 22K on TikTok, and also I have 200 and something on, Twitch. Like, I seriously do not deserve you guys. Like, you guys are the best. Like, I honestly, I am shocked. Every day I look at my TikTok and I see that 22K, I'm like, that's 22,000 people. Like, that's, like, fills up a whole fucking room full of people that, like, sorry, I have to focus. But that fill up way more than a room full of people, which is crazy to me. Which is absolutely fucking insane, and I'm like, I mean, it's just crazy how many people follow me, and it's like, I'm just a silly little girl on the internet doing silly little things. Like, I really don't deserve any of that. Like, oh, I finished all my video. Ah, fuck. That's gonna kill me, isn't it? Go away. Go away, go away, go away. God damn it, there's 2. God damn it, Lefty! Don't shush me. I'm gonna shush you by shoving a fucking plushie in your mouth, bro. Shut up. Leave me alone. My dad's awake, guys. Welcome to the stream, y'all. How are you doing today? Oh, so looks sick. This looks so sick. Thank you so much for subscribing to me. Made my day. Of course! I love all of my subscribers. And if you do subscribe and then you tell me, it's easier for me to find you because sometimes it doesn't show my subscribers. Like, if you don't have a subscriber count available or public, it won't show me. So if you do subscribe, please tell me, because if you don't, I won't see it. And I probably won't subscribe, because sometimes it doesn't show you on my subscriber count if you don't have your subscribers public, or like subscribe to public. We got really close last time. I think we had like all of maintenance done and then like half of the other one done. Ah, fuck. Go away, go away, go away. This is why I need to not accept any of the fucking things. Because it literally fucks with me. Because it like cancels out tasks. And like, it's just horrible.
You may not recognize me at
Leave me alone, leave me
first,
alone,
but I
leave me
assure
alone.
you, that's still me.
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I'm staring. Leave. Fucking leave, Afton. I don't want you here. Stop! Go away!
Where are you?
Fuck, they're both at my vents, bro. God damn it!
That was easier than I thought it would
I hate
be.
you, Afton. Can you suck my balls? My stomach hurts. Okay. Damn it, I want to get rid of one risk. That's bullshit. Aw, we lost all of our viewers. We have one viewer now. Hello, everyone. What's up, Liquid Snake? I think that's what you're. Yeah. Oh my god, I think that's what your name is. Are you kidding me? They're already on the move? This is bullshit.
Where are you?
Oh, fucking hell. Ah, goddammit, goddammit.
You may not
No!
recognize me at first, but I assure you, that's still me.
Leave me alone. Go to the sound. Oh my god. How did that happen? It got hot so fast. It got hot so fast. Why is it doing that? Why is it getting so hot? No, turn back on. The fucking. What is happening? I'm making so much goddamn noise. God damn it, bro! I was so fucking
You
close.
should have known I'd find you.
Baby, I'm gonna fucking shove my fist deep up your ass, bro. I swear to God. No, there's 6 people watch. Oh wait, no. I think it just stores that. I don't know. I don't fucking know. You think I know how YouTube works? No, I don't know how YouTube works. Anyways, hello, welcome to the live from Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. We are streaming on 3 platforms today because I'm insane. Okay, let's try this again, boys and girls.
Where are you?
Fuck you, leave me alone. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead! Come here, baby.
Fascinating.
I'm staring. I'm staring. Just go away. Go to the audio cues. Be a good Afton. Be a good Afton. God damn it, Lefty. I got too hot. I got too hot. Should I stay or should I go now? I went to work, but they were already gone. So. you didn't. Go away. I did not call you.
Fascinating.
Leave.
What they have become.
Leave. Staring straight down this hallway. You're not gonna get me. Bro, can I go to the next episode, please? Be a good boy. And go. No, 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 no. God damn it.
You should have known I'd find you.
You should have known I'd find me. I fucking hate you, baby. You're so stupid.
Always come back.
I'm so dead right now, bro. Okay, I gotta lock in, bro. Oh my god. Of course, bro.
I always come back.
I walked in and I still died, guys. This is not fair. the audio didn't even play.
It feels like my birthday.
It feels like
Did you have a gift for me?
That was so weird. That was such a glitch, guys. Crazy. God. Fuck you, Afton.
That was easier than I thought it would be.
Afton, I'm gonna shove my whole entire fucking arm up your ass, bro. Leave me alone. Thank you for all the likes, bro. We got 4 likes on the live. Keep on liking, oh my god, we got 3 more subscribers, bro. I love all of you. Thank you so much. We're doing a 100 subscriber special. So if you would like to see that, it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have animation. It's gonna be really fun. Hopefully the kids will like it, and also the adults too. Fuck, dude, already? In my vents already? Leave me alone, leave me alone. I am good. I don't need you to come into my home. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Okay, Jesus Christ. I'm dead, bro. I'm so dead, I'm so dead. I'm making so much fucking noise right now.
I heard your call.
Stop. No, you didn't. You didn't hear my call because that call did not exist. You did not hear that call because that call does not exist. Nope. Leave me alone. Go away. Staring straight down this place.
How can I resist a promise such as this?
Yeah, well, you can fuck off now. Oh, shit. Of course, bro. I'm going to murder you, bro. Lefty, I'm gonna shove my hand down your throat, grab the puppet by its neck, yank it out like no one's business. 'Cause fuck you, bro. W. Definitely a W for dying, bro. I was getting close, though. I'm getting closer and closer by every try. But I need to, like, finish all of the loud tasks and then something like that. It interrupted my task. Bro, why? Why? Stare down this fucking hallway. Go away, go to the fucking audio, bro.
Where are you?
Whoa, where are you? How about that? Where are you, baby? I wish I would.
I always come back.
I'm such a fucking loser, bro. What? Got 5 likes on the live. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Y'all in TikTok and Twitch. Follow me on Twitch, by the way, Sids_Stew. Follow my TikTok, which is Sids_Stew Live. And follow my YouTube, which is Sids_Stew as well. Thank you guys. And if you follow me, I'll follow back. Damn it. How are you already in my vents?
I'm not really expected to see.
It's me! Your son! I'm in here! Guys, I'm so fucking high right now. Sorry, I don't know how loud that was. Okay, it wasn't that loud. Guys, I'm so fucking high right now. I wonder if that was loud. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, I was just watching my stream to make sure that I wasn't making you guys deaf or anything. I'm so fucking dead.
I assure you, that's still me.
Go the fuck away. How about that, fucking Afton, bro? Fuck you, leave me alone. Go away. What? Go away. No, baby. There's no one in here. There's no one in here.
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, that's still me.
Go away. Other fucking side,
That
bro.
was easier than I thought it would be.
Everyone say hello to chat. Hello in chat, sorry. Well, I'm saying hello to chat. Hi, chat. On my 3 platforms that I love dearly. Oh, shit. Wait, give me a second. Hi. What's up, Maddie? What's up, Dylan? What's up? I don't know how to say that name. What's up, Lenny Face? What's up, Michael? There's no way people are joining this live. Hello, welcome to the live. Sorry, I'm trying to set up fucking this. Okay, let's get fucking playing, bro. Are you kidding me? There's
Not
5
how I
people
expected to see.
watching the live right now. Sorry. There's 7 watching. Hi, everyone. If you aren't subscribed, subscribe. We're doing a special 500. No, 500. Jeez, I wish. 100 subscribers special. So if you don't want to miss that, please subscribe. And please follow my TikTok, Sid Stew. Follow me on Twitch. And follow me on YouTube. Both are Sids_Stew. And if you're already watching on one of those, please subscribe, follow, like, share, comment in chat. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
I always come back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 7 people on my TikTok. Not my TikTok. Fuck TikTok, bro. On my YouTube stream, we got 7 people live. Everyone celebrate. Hi, everyone. Stop. it out of the vent.
Fascinating what they have become.
I'm dead. I'm so dead. Watch this, how dead I am. Oh shit. Go away. Holy fuck.
I always come back.
But you don't. Got 2 people? Yeah, 3 people. I'm so high, bro.
What's that song about gangsters moving all sneaky like?
swear to God, bro, I'm sick of this stupid-ass Megamind TV show. Like, just when I thought this piece of shit was about to get canceled, a second goddamn season comes out of nowhere. Look, for those out of the loop about the new Megamind, there's a lot you need to catch up on. The Doom Syndicate, this Machiavellian fuck, and then Metro Man of all people coming back. Don't worry, I've already made 2 videos about it, so go watch them if you haven't. But if you do have all the lore, or simply don't give a shit, you already know this is about to be some fucking trash, so let's not waste any time and get straight to it. Continuing from where we left off, Megamind has been accused of terrorism, and Machiavellian is the new defender of Metrocity. Yeah, you heard that right. The citizens of Metrocity are praising Machiavellian as their new hero. In order to further push this defender of Metrocity facade, Machiavellian stops a bunch of stage crimes against the Doom Syndicate, and because of Megamind's disappearance from the public eye, leads a citywide manhunt using an army of his old robotic drones. Given that the city is fucking empty 100% of the time, you'd think it'd be pretty goddamn easy to find him, but I guess not. After being framed and seemingly disregarded by Roxanne, we find out that Megamind and Chum are homeless and crashing at the basement of the annoying-ass Megamind stand. Blanche, the annoying-ass Megamind stand's mom, is somehow completely cool with leaving 2 grown fucking bums in the basement with their child. After she leaves, Chum suggests that they go after Metro Man for help, but unfortunately, Metro Man's old hideout from the first movie has been abandoned and they have no idea where the hell he is. Back on the TV, Machiavellian holds a press conference for the Hero for a Day program, where today's hero for the day is this disturbing fucking child named Terry Sasko. Apparently this kid is supposed to be Megamind's biggest fan, and we're learning about him just now. I thought we already had one annoying ass Megamind stan. Do we really need 2 of them? So anyway, Terry Sasko's whole story is that he has rosy cheeks and is a fucking loser. Basically, when Megamind was a good guy, his cheeks didn't bother him and he liked everything. And now because Megamind's a bad guy, his cheeks do bother him and he hates everything. Yes, it's really that stupid of an origin story. Here we also find out that Megamind is extremely depressed because he thinks Roxanne has sided with Machiavellian. He wants to further indulge in this sadness by buying more donuts, but the annoying-ass Megamind stan tells him that her mom has a 9 o'clock curfew he has to follow. I'm not surprised Megamind has a curfew considering he acts like a fucking 7-year-old, but she's also worried that since there's a, a manhunt for him, it's probably not smart to go out. But then Megamind's like, I'll just use my invisible car and nobody will see me, and goes out anyway. Megamind and Chum visit the donut shop where their dealer, Mr. Donut, gives them a fresh dozen but frantically shuts the door on them. On the way back, Megamind hears an ominous clicking sound echoing in a nearby alley. Fearing that they're being followed, Megamind and Chum rush to the invisible car only to realize that Chum forgot where he parked the damn thing. But then Chum's like, no need to worry boss, I'll find it, and like a dumbass sets off every car alarm in the area, alerting the drones. That's like what? 40 drones? And again, Megamind's the only person here, so there's no way in hell you could miss him. Okay, and now in the next shot, we're down to just 5 drones. From the right in the direction where they just came from, and 3 on the left. So 8 drones total, okay? And then the next shot, 3 drones coming from the opposite direction with nothing behind Megamind and Chum. So we went from a horde of 40 fucking drones to just 3 in this desert of a city. The environment is so flat and dead that they can't even make a simple chase scene coherent at all. I get the budget isn't like Indian rupees, and no, that's not a joke, but are you seriously telling me that they can't even have continuity between 2 fucking shots that follow each other back to back? So after escaping the vicinity of the drones, Megamind and Chum think they're in the clear, but then, out of nowhere, Terry Sasko drops in. Oh, but he no longer goes by that name. You see, he now wishes to only be addressed as the super cool power kid. Meanwhile, Blanche wants to watch a late night movie with the crew, but neither Megamind and Chum are back by the curfew, so the annoying ass Megamind stan has to distract her mom from going into the basement. We then cut back to the super cool power kid hunting down Megamind and Chum. But after his numerous attempts at catching them fails, the super cool power kid is approached by Machiavellian, who provides him with a super powered helmet. Apparently, this is a helmet that was made by Megamind and combines all of his old rejected weapons, including one that straight up disintegrates shit with acid. Again, I don't know why the hell he didn't use any of these ridiculous weapons when he had them, but who cares? This stupid sequence with this dipshit chasing them in a straight line goes on for like 5 minutes, until he eventually realizes he could shoot goddamn sharks out of his helmet. It's like they ran out of weapon ideas and were like, fuck it, we have this one shark animation from the movie, let's just spam the shit out of it here. With nowhere to run, Megamind and Chum are about to get killed by a 5-year-old, but right as the super cool power kid tries to launch another shark, Megamind realizes that the recoil of the helmet will launch the kid straight into the shark's mouth and kill him, which he unfortunately stops from happening. After getting rescued, Terry Sasko realizes that Megamind is a hero and is all like, so, Machiavellian is a villain? And then eventually scooters away. But before Megamind and Chum can take a sigh of relief, the 20 people living in Metrocity inside a riot and begin chasing after them. We then cut back to the house where Blanche angrily finds out that Megamind and Chum broke curfew and kicks them both out. Megamind and Chum escape the riot by hiding in a nearby alley because everyone in this city has fucking tunnel vision. Then Megamind and Chum overhear that same clicking noise once again. This sound is the clicking of a Megamind flashlight from Roxanne. She explains that she's been trying to get Megamind's attention this entire time, but the flashlight simply wasn't working. Beyond happy just to see her face again, Megamind embraces Roxanne. Aww. We then cut back to the house where Roxanne convinces Blanche to take back Megamind and Chum. This episode opens with Megamind risking his life to pick up some donuts. You see, ever since Megamind lost all of his useful gadgets like the disguise generator, it's near impossible for him to safely go out in public. Roxanne suggests that he find a more practical way to blend in, and after giving it some thought, Megamind ultimately decides to go with the one disguise that would never arouse suspicion: being white. Under the new alias of Michael Mind, Megamind gets a job at the grocery store, which is now owned by former Mayor Dumbfuck Jody Smelt. Megamind notices that the wall of the store has just one plaque for Employee of the Month, a guy named Dan Donner. Jody explains that Dan Donner was the best nighttime employee the store ever had, but one day he just vanished, and everybody who has since taken the night shift quits the job out of sheer horror. In the middle of stacking boxes, Megamind gets a surprise visit from Roxanne. He tells her about the disappearance of Dan Donner and says he's gonna investigate. And then Roxanne's bitch assistant, who hates Megamind, gets all giddy at the sight of Michael Mind and makes him very uncomfortable. We then cut to Megamind working the night shift alongside Chum, who hands him a quick weapon he managed to put together. While fumbling around with his gun, Megamind accidentally causes an explosion that sends the box above him free-falling. However, this fall is stopped by an unknown creature rummaging through the shelves. Megamind chases after it, but it slips through the crack in the wall and escapes. While Megamind's body is more than thin enough to slip through the space, his big-ass head prevents him from doing so. But then, conveniently out of nowhere, the annoying-ass Megamind stand shows up and helps him build a mousetrap. While waiting for this creature to take the bait, the annoying-ass Megamind stand gets kidnapped. Megamind starts panicking and alerts Chum for help, but unlike the previous season and movies, Chum is now a useless fuck who doesn't do anything, so Megamind has to go up the attic by himself and subdue the creature. Right as he's about to kill it, the annoying-ass Megamind stand unfortunately appears alive and introduces Megamind to Dan Donner, also known as Hugh Mouse. So pretty much Dan Donner was a scientist in a freak accident who now turns into a mouse-human hybrid fuck every time he's scared. And in this case, he's scared of how unsafe the store is for the customers because of all the flammable Machiavellian action figures. He tries to run away from everyone because he feels like a freak, but then Megamind gives him a pep talk and is like, if they can accept my big-ass bald fucking chrome dome, they can accept you too. So the next morning, Michael Mind introduces Hugh Mouse to all the customers, and they're like, hey, what the fuck is that? And start panicking. Overwhelmed, Hugh Mouse runs away to the attic yet again. But then Jody shows up and puts a bounty on Hugh Mouse's head, causing the customers to go crazy and start hunting him down. Enough destruction in the store causes the building to set on fire, leaving Jody and the annoying-ass Megamind stand on the verge of burning to death. But to Jody's surprise, the so-called villain Megamind comes to his rescue. As the building continues to burn down, Hugh Mouse leads the way and saves the remaining customers. Shocked by Megamind's heroism, Jody admits that he was wrong and that Megamind really is a hero. The city celebrates, and the no longer scared Hugh Mouse turns back into Dan Donner. And then Jody's like, fuck it, you can have my store now. So this episode begins in the donut shop where Megamind is addicted to some shitty mobile game and can't pay attention. This apathy towards the real world causes Mr. Donut to start yapping about, "Man, you're just like my kids that can't read because of iPhones in the skibbity toilet." But then Megamind receives a phone call from Chum, who claims to have found the whereabouts of Metro Man and tells Megamind to meet him outside. But given that he's so hyper-fixated on the shitty mobile game, Megamind doesn't realize that the phone call was a trap set up by Lady Doppler, who proceeds to knock him out. Sometime later, Megamind wakes up from what seems to have been a bad nightmare. His lair is completely back to normal and everything looks and feels exactly like it used to, except for this one electronic device stuck to his wrist. He attempts to take it off, but struggles, so he goes to his living room to look for a blowtorch, but is then interrupted by the Doom Syndicate. Shockingly, Megamind does something nobody would ever expect and easily wipes them out with the dehydration gun. Damn, who would have thought? But then all of a sudden, Megamind's wrist starts beeping and says game over. And just like that, Megamind wakes up exactly where he started. He goes through the same loop over and over again and realizes that every attempt at fighting the Doom Syndicate results in a game over, and every bit of villainy results in points and the progression of the game. Megamind figures that Machiavellian is torturing him with this simulator, and the only way to win is by being a villain, which he has no problem doing as it's just a game, right? Wrong! You see, it turns out that Machiavellian is actually reprogramming Megamind's brain receptors to crave being bad. He's already a brain-rotted iPad kid, so why not shift his focus to criminal activity? A lot of this episode is just watching Megamind do something, get a game over, do it again, get a game over, and then do it again, and he levels up. It's very fucking boring and repetitive. So anyway, Roxanne, Chum, and the annoying-ass Megamind stand try to find Megamind. They visit the donut shop where they discover tire tracks on the ground from the invisible car. After tracing the car's path, they realize it's been going in a constant loop around the city. So Roxanne comes up with the idea to throw a bunch of glitter at it when they get the chance. As Megamind continues to commit terrorism in a video game, his brain eventually becomes so addicted to the dopamine from being evil that Lady Doppler is allowed to remove him from the game. Given that he's been tortured for God knows how long, Megamind is unaware that he's back in the real world and decides to play GTA IRL. But just as Megamind's about to cause some actual chaos, the crew throws a glitter bomb at the car. Megamind gets all pissed while the rest of the crew try to talk some sense into him. However, Megamind still believes he's in the game, and his next assignment on the device ends up being to kill Roxanne. So he kidnaps her and goes to the top of the Capitol building. After pinning her down to a roulette wheel, Megamind spins Roxanne around and around and around, while Chum and the annoying-ass Megamind stand again beg for him to stop. But convinced that he'll get more points in the game, Megamind fucking yeets Roxanne off the Capitol building, but it is at this moment where seeing Roxanne on the brink of death flicks a switch in Megamind's brain and he immediately rushes to save her. When they land, Megamind expects to get a game over and restart the game, but when nothing happens, he freaks out, realizing what he's done. While Roxanne is reasonably pissed that Megamind threw her off a fucking building, she feels bad for all the shit he just went through and forgives him. Meanwhile, Machiavellian is flabbergasted at how quickly Megamind's brain reset to being good again. After a closer analysis, he discovers that inside the core of Megamind's brain is his love for Roxanne. So Machiavellian insists he'll find a way to weaponize her. We then cut back to Megamind and Roxanne sharing an intimate moment with each other. But before you know it, Machiavellian interrupts and announces he's arresting Megamind and throws him in jail. Megamind gets locked up but receives a warm welcome from all the prisoners. He obtains a freeze device he left in the toilet to break out of the cell and sticky spray from one of the inmates to crawl up the roof. It looks like Megamind's about to escape with ease until he is blocked by the Doom Syndicate, who are now the security guards in this prison. Back inside his cell, Megamind calls Chum for help, only to be interrupted by an incoming call from Roxanne. Roxanne tells Megamind that she's trying to find a way to clear his name and take down Machiavellian. Megamind's all like, good luck, even I couldn't outsmart him, to which Roxanne's like, are you saying you're smarter than me? You think I'm fucking stupid? And we get this extremely forced conflict where Roxanne is angry at Megamind. Inside the prison cafeteria, Megamind is surprised to find Dan Donner back to being his ugly, disgusting self. He tells Megamind that ever since Machiavellian had him arrested, his fears got him acting up again and turned him back into Humouse. Monkey Dipshit and his accomplice, Generic Robber 77, are also incarcerated. Oh yeah, there's another character named Eccentric Eddie. He was this weird dude in Megamind 2 for like 5 seconds. I never mentioned him before, but yeah, he's also here. I don't know, he's like a pedophile or something. And the 5 of them decide to team up to take out the Doom Syndicate. Meanwhile, Roxanne and Machiavellian have an intense confrontation where she threatens to expose him, but he isn't fazed at all. Back in prison, the Timu Avengers attempt to escape over and over again, but are always bested by the Doom Syndicate. We then cut back to the hideout where Chum is being completely useless while the annoying-ass Stan is formulating a plan to free Megamind. She realizes that the song Chum keeps playing on a loop has subliminal messages when slowed down. Subliminal messages from Metro Man, of all people, who is continuing under his alias of Music Man. Megamind receives this information and also learns that Music Man is currently in prison, so he searches the cell block and eventually finds him in his goon cave.
Metro Man?
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier.
So anyway, the only reason Metro Man is in prison is because Machiavellian somehow convinced him that being there would give him musical inspiration. When Megamind needs his help getting out, Metro Man refuses, but changes his mind the second he's offered some musical inspiration. Megamind takes him to Eccentric Eddie, who gives his emotional life story and gets Metro Man artistically motivated. As they begin to set up the stage for Music Man, Megamind receives another call from Roxanne. She tells him she's figured out how to break him out of jail, but Megamind's like, no worries, we got Metro Man now, and then Roxanne's all like, Metro Man? The guy who literally didn't help you fight Titan? You're doing this because you think I'm fucking stupid, huh? And again, the same conversation from before happens, and Roxanne's like, I'm doing my plan regardless, screw you. Right as the prisoners are about to witness the performance of a lifetime, Metro Man starts crying and flies away. And this is when we find out that Metro Man, of all people, has stage fright. Metro Man has stage fright. Meanwhile, at a press conference, Roxanne tells Machiavellian that she's gonna expose him in front of the city right now. But just as she's about to do so, Machiavellian sends in the Doom Syndicate for another stage crime to get Roxanne out of the picture. What they don't know is that Roxanne intended for this to happen so that temporarily there are no security guards at the prison. As the others nudge Megamind to escape, he feels bad for Metro Man and stays until he gets over his stage fright. Unbeknownst to Megamind, he hadn't hung up his phone, and Roxanne appreciates him for being such a good friend to Metro Man. We then suffer through this disturbing animated sequence with Music Man, and after that, he breaks open the prison and scares off the Doom Syndicate. So this episode starts with Roxanne driving to a neighborhood called Little Delaware. She stops by a building construction site headed by a rather large woman named Carla Maguchi. Roxanne explains to Carla that this construction site is bothering the nearby residents and that this giant tower needs to be taken down by tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the hideout, Metro Man is now living with the crew. Megamind brought him there hoping he would use his powers to help defeat Machiavellian, but Metro Man insists that he's retired. This frustrates Megamind because he feels that having a superhero like Metro Man would significantly solve a lot of his problems. And then all of a sudden, Metro Man gets a brilliant idea and starts punching down to the Earth's core, causing the entire planet to suffer an earthquake. Up in the tower, Carla's entire workspace begins to collapse and she falls off a building into a pile of toxic waste. Surprisingly not dead, Carla breaks through the rubble and we see that she now has superpowers. We then cut back to the hideout where Metro Man returns from the Earth's core. He picked up this rock from his home planet called the Stone of Transference, which allows for two beings to trade powers with each other. So Megamind gets Metro Man's powers and Metro Man gets Megamind's intelligence. The problem is that Megamind doesn't actually have any powers, so this doesn't make any sense. Megamind's intelligence is learned and may because of his massive fucking dome, but there's no power to it. So Carla, now going by the name Destruction Worker, vows to destroy Little Delaware. Megamind, with his new powers, attempts to fight her, but she's able to trick the mentally impaired Megamind into getting beat up.
Where? Wait a minute, there's something else on your shirt. Where?
I thought Metro Man's powers were supposed to make him invincible, but who gives a fuck? After getting his ass kicked, Megamind realizes he's become an even bigger dumb fuck than he was before and goes back to Metro Man so he can revert the power swap. But Metro Man refuses and also explains that for every second Megamind uses his powers, he gets even more stupid, while the more Metro Man uses his powers, he gets weaker. So then the fat woman is about to blow up the town, but then Megamind and Metro Man team up with their powers to stop it, and then they swap back and Metro Man fucks off. We never see Metro Man again after this. I have no idea why the fuck they even brought him back, but when everyone leaves, Machiavellian secretly steals the Stone of Transference using the giant hole Metro Man left in the ground. Okay, so Megamind and Roxanne attempt to infiltrate Machiavellian's lair. Roxanne rushes to the entrance, but then fucking dies. But oh, it was just a bad dream. We then cut to the real lair, where Machiavellian informs Roxanne of a mandatory concert he's holding called Machiafest. Back at the hideout, Megamind has gathered the worst fucking lineup of heroes to take out Machiavellian. We got Mrs. Donut, Mr. Donut, Ratfucker, Pedophile, Blanche, Annoying-ass Megamind Stan, other Annoying-ass Megamind Stan, and Monkey Dipshit. Roxanne then barges in to warn everyone about Machiafest. After learning that everyone has to attend the event, Megamind sees it as an opportunity to expose Machiavellian and starts throwing that shit back. But then Roxanne's like, we don't have actual proof that he's bad, you fucking moron. And then Megamind's like, well, actually, my drones are always recording, and we just had to find one that could incriminate Machiavellian. Using this information, the crew begins formulating a blueprint on how to get the job done. When Roxanne suggests that she be the one to go after the parrot drone, Megamind starts panicking as he doesn't want her to get hurt like she did in his nightmare. So he tells Roxanne to stick to lookout duty, which pisses her off. Cut to this lame-ass montage of all the heroes stealing a bunch of drone memory cards, and surprise, surprise, they find nothing. Meanwhile, the annoying-ass Megamind Stan is looking more like a goddamn cancer patient and can't do anything to conveniently move the plot along. So then, Hugh Mouse suggests that Roxanne go after the parrot drone like she said, and while Megamind is initially against it, he realized that Roxanne is already on the job. She attempts to steal the card, but struggles, and the parrot flies away with her. At Machiafest, my favorite white boy, Michael Mind, returns for another undercover operation. The rest of the useless heroes distract the drone so that Megamind can enter the video tent. We then cut to Roxanne still struggling with the parrot. After another boring, linear, lifeless chase scene, she retrieves the memory card and runs away in a straight line once again. Megamind goes out of the tent and gets caught by Machiavellian, who begins his concert by suspending Megamind from the top of the stage. The rest of the crew fucking sucks, so you already know they're about to die, leaving only Roxanne capable of finishing the job. Back on stage, Machiavellian gives a glam rock performance from Atrocity, and not gonna lie, this song is great, and it's like the only good thing about the show. Unfortunately, it doesn't last very long, as Roxanne's able to shut down the stage. She runs up to expose Machiavellian with the footage, but has some technical difficulties.
Sigma on the wall, who's the skibbidiest of them all.
When the footage finally loads, Metrocity sees the real Machiavellian admitting to launching the comet and framing Megamind. The people turn on Machiavellian and cut Megamind loose. But before Machiavellian gets arrested, he offers Megamind one final chance to turn evil again, or he will lose everything. Of course, Megamind doesn't play along, as he's already won. He embraces Roxanne once again and he starts opening up about his feelings for her, saying that she's the goodest thing that's ever happened to him. But again, for the 5 billionth time, they are interrupted, because the Doom Syndicate relaunches the stage to let Machiavellian continue his performance. Roxanne tries to stop it with her computer, but it's no use, and he's able to finish the remainder of his song. And then, it goes completely silent, and Megamind looks around wondering what the hell even happened. But then one by one, we see that Machiavellian has turned everyone in the city evil. The everyday people, Hugh Mouse, Monkey Dipshit, Mr. Donut, and even Chum are all turned against Megamind. But the biggest gut punch of them all is none other than
Roxanne? Why didn't you ever tell us that being bad can feel so good?
No.
The episode ends with the city rushing after Megamind as he tries to escape. Okay, hear me out. I like this episode. It's probably one of the only highlights out of this entire shitty sequel franchise, because it's the first time the plot seems like it's actually going somewhere. It doesn't feel like the stupid on-the-fly bullshit we saw in the movie and in season 1. It's good that they're actually building character relationships, it's good that there's some stakes involved, and the music was pretty damn solid. Hopefully going forward, things get more interesting.
What? Never seen a villain before?
Okay, never mind. I take that back. The show is fucking stupid. What is evil Mrs. Donut even gonna do, bro? So we begin this episode with the annoying-ass Megamind Stan still recovering from her illness. She has no idea what has happened in the past 24 hours and is extremely concerned with her mom's change of behavior. Blanche takes her out to commit crimes, where we also find Roxanne and her bitch assistant. Attempting to make sense of all this chaos, the annoying-ass Megamind Stan approaches the two of them, but quickly finds out that they are both compromised. She then gets kidnapped in a nearby alley by the only other non-brainwashed person in the city, Megamind. Megamind's surprised to find out that the annoying-ass Megamind Stan wasn't affected, and they go on an investigation to learn why. The first theory is that it's because she wasn't at the concert. Wrong. They find another person who wasn't there, but is still compromised. The second theory is that it's because she's a child. Wrong again. The stupid cool power dipshit and Mr. Donut's kids are also compromised. The third theory is that her admiration of Megamind prevented her from being brainwashed. But that is also wrong, as they run into Megamind's biggest cockmuncher, Chum, who absolutely wants to kill him. We then cut to the Doom Syndicate, who now feel obsolete due to the fact that everyone in Metrocity is a villain. So they organize a plot to take out Machiavellian. Meanwhile, at the lair, Machiavellian calls Roxanne to congratulate her on ruining the city with him and extends an invitation for her to come over later that day. At the hideout, the annoying-ass Megamind Stan lures in evil Blanche. Blanche immediately tries to fight Megamind, but her daughter is able to restrain her and take her down to the basement. The two of them try to rid Blanche of the mind control, but she acts like a child and pisses them off more than anything. In an attempt to get her to shut the fuck up, they plug her ears with cotton balls. Unbeknownst to them, that is the fucking cure. You see, it turns out that Machiavellian is emitting a satellite noise that hypnotizes everybody but Megamind. The only reason the annoying-ass Megamind Stan hasn't turned as well, aside from her being a fucking plot device, is because her ears are clogged from her fever. So with this knowledge, the annoying-ass Megamind Stan frees her mom. But soon after, Blanche accidentally takes out her cotton balls, turns evil, and runs away. Then the Doom Syndicate shows up to get their ass beat by Machiavellian, who then drains their powers with the Stone of Transference. By the way, what even are Machiavellian's powers? Did the Binky turn him into a god? He's got super strength, super speed, flight, everything. I think I said this about season 1, but Megamind would have to be a complete dumbass not to know that his Binky has these powers. Out in the streets, Megamind and the annoying ass Stan get in a street fight with a bunch of characters we've seen throughout the franchise so far, like Bennett, Jody, and Hugh Mouse, who, by the way, shouldn't be the mouse-human hybrid fuck at this point. His powers are driven by fear. He has nothing to fear because everyone in the city is on his side now. So after assaulting a bunch of pedestrians, Megamind and the annoying-ass Stan make it to the lair. Considering that Machiavellian doesn't know about the Stan being normal, Megamind tells her to stay back in case of emergency. While crawling up inside a vent, the annoying-ass Stan overhears the powerless Doom Syndicate fearing what Machiavellian will do with their powers. Machiavellian then has dinner with Megamind where he questions what his end goal is. He wants to understand why, after everyone he loves has turned evil, Megamind still remains good. To which he responds by saying that ever since he's seen the good side, he no longer wants to go back to villainy. This answer pisses off Machiavellian, but before he can do anything about it, the annoying-ass Megamind Stan drops from the ceiling and snatches away the Binky, causing Machiavellian to disintegrate. I guess his super speed shitted himself this time around, but Megamind and the annoying-ass Stan attempt to stop the satellite, but are soon shocked to find out that Machiavellian somehow lives inside the computer. To make things even worse, Machiavellian reveals that he was not the one who was given the Doom Syndicate's powers, as they have actually been given to Evil Roxanne.
What do you guys think of my new look?
Lord have mercy, I'm about to buzz.
Megamind refuses to fight Roxanne, but then Machiavellian's like, okay, I'll just hypnotize the entire planet in like 20 minutes, so Megamind doesn't have a choice. Conveniently for the plot, he gets a 5-minute head start, which is proven pointless because all of his weapons are locked away. In order to build a weapon to take out the satellite, Megamind needs to go to the store. Before he leaves, the annoying-ass Stan wants to tag along. When he tells her to fuck off, the annoying-ass Megamind Stan says he should at least take the Binky from her because her losing it was the whole fucking reason they're in this mess. But then he's like, I'm not gonna fight Roxanne, so I won't need it. When Roxanne runs into the annoying-ass Megamind Stan, she immediately hypnotizes her to find out where Megamind is. She goes searching for him at the store, but he manages to escape with a rocket launcher. Meanwhile, the people of Metrocity attempt to break inside the lair, so the annoying-ass Megamind Stan frees the Doom Syndicate and they help barricade the door. She's also able to reprogram the drones to be on her side. Back in the city, Megamind aims his rocket launcher at the satellite, but right as he's about to pull the trigger, Roxanne snatches it away and destroys the gun. She keeps beating Megamind, but he still refuses to fight back. Back at the lair, the barrier protecting the door is broken thanks to Mr. Donut shooting it open. The annoying-ass Megamind Stan and the Doom Syndicate fight off a horde of brainwashed civilians and trap them in laser cages. Evil Chum then snatches the annoying-ass Megamind Stan and steals the Binky. But then she puts a pair of headphones on his fishbowl and breaks him out of the trance. Unfortunately, the annoying-ass Megamind Stan dropped the Binky again and Machiavellian retrieves it. Eventually, Roxanne takes Megamind all the way up to the tower where he saved her from Titan. Wow, that's kinda cool. Megamind confesses that he wasn't the one who saved her, rather she saved him. But once again, she doesn't budge and Machiavellian gives her the green light to kill him. She powers up and launches herself at Megamind, and in one last attempt at trying to reach her, Megamind says that Roxanne is the goodest thing that's ever happened to him, and man, all the shitty memories from the show come pouring in, baby, which causes Roxanne to break out of the trance. They finally share a moment, and Roxanne destroys the satellite. Everyone is released from the mind control, and things are back to normal. That is, until Machiavellian regenerates himself one more time with the Binky, but then the needle from the satellite fucking kills him. Everything is back to normal, and Roxanne holds a rally at the Capitol building. Roxanne's bitch assistant alerts them that the Go Fish gang has escaped from prison fucking again. So the crew run off the scene, and the end. Thank God it's over. The ending is definitive enough that I don't see them making more. So did I enjoy it? No, I did not. The show was shit. It wasn't as shit as season 1, but it was still shit. It was just so goddamn boring. And also, for the little things that I liked, like the Roxanne and Megamind relationship, like in general, that's fine, but it's like, it took 2 seasons and a shitty movie just to get Roxanne and Megamind exactly where they were at the end of Megamind 1. It's so fucking stupid. There's no purpose to this. I am done with Megamind. I believe this is the end of the era of Megamind. Hopefully forever. I hope you all enjoyed it. If Megamind 3 somehow comes out like 6 months from now, I will kill myself.
Later in the night, you're once again forced into a vent, and you hear the tinny notes of a music box. Or rather, music boxes. More mini music men. The entire Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach is a spiritual successor to Sonic the Hedgehog for being a broken mess as well as an entire generation's furry awakening. The game's horrible reputation is so agreed upon that its awfulness has cemented itself right next to the laws of thermodynamics. However, this universal reputation has created an interesting consequence. If you ask the average person why Security Breach is bad, they might say, oh, because of all the glitches. Alright then, if we removed all the glitches, would the game be good? Or they might say, oh, because the animatronics aren't scary, they're just hot. Okay, so if the animatronics were actually scary, would the game be good? My point is, the issues of Security Breach run far deeper than just glitches or character design, and I'm not afraid to say that if you unironically enjoy this game, then you are, frankly, delusional. I am, frankly, delusional. I mean it. From the moment I saw the trailer, something about this game dug its claws into me, and I'm only kind of talking about Roxanne's. There's something I genuinely enjoy about this game, and as of writing this script, I still haven't fully figured it out. I doubt it's nostalgia since FNAF 1 came out when I was in college, which officially makes me an internet senior citizen. But I also don't get much enjoyment in the so bad it's good kind of way like I do for Sonic 06 or... No, I just hate that game. Actually, it is... I cannot describe how unfun that game is. But even if I don't know why I like this game, my fascination with it means I know this game. Not as much as someone like Astral Spiff, who managed to accomplish time travel in Security Breach, but definitely more than the average person who just knows Security Breach is bad. The difference is, I know why it's bad, which is why I think I can answer the question, would Security Breach still be bad if it were perfect? If all the glitches were gone, would this game actually be good? No! Even if this game were perfectly polished with nary a bug to speak of, it still fails from a horror, gameplay, and story perspective. Instead, I'm asking the question, does Security Breach have the potential to be scary? Now, to answer that question, we first have to uncover why Security Breach doesn't work. Only then can we really determine what changes within the game could be made to improve the game. And I do mean changes only. No altering the level design, no design changes to the animatronics or overall aesthetic. We're keeping everything as close to the base game as possible, which means the plot stays the same, we go through all the same locations, and yes, all the same minigames, including pizza time, which I really have no idea how I'm gonna make that scary, because like, it's pizza time, how can I? Now I know this is all pretty arrogant of me, taking a game that's already done and saying, oh, I could do so much better. At the end of the day, the people at Steel Wool actually made something. They put a product out into the world and knew it would be held to very high standards. And I'm just some guy picking that all apart. But this video isn't coming from a place of malice. Again, I like this game. I might not understand why, since I don't think it's good, but I enjoy it. And I honestly think that Security Breach has what it takes within itself to make a scary game. And that might be the most controversial thing I've said on this channel since I made fun of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I will stand by my hatred of that game. Don't fucking test me. So this isn't going to be another video just dunking on Security Breach. It's going to be an analysis of mistakes a horror game can make, but also how a developer can relieve those mistakes. It's a video of discovery, not only of Security Breach, but of its very soul, and why I, of all mascot horror-hating YouTubers, find myself drawn to the Mega Pizzaplex like live service games are attracted to failure. So come with me, my dear baby biscuits. We're going on an adventure. The very first problem we encounter occurs literally seconds into the game, where we discover that Freddy is no longer a dead-eyed, homicidal, run-down Chuck E. Cheese animatronic, but the world's most colorful himbo. And this isn't one of my "haha, Cheese is thirsty for animatronics" jokes. He is literally a strong, good-meaning yet dim himbo.
Okay, I swear to God this was unplanned. When I was looking for images of, like, himbo Freddy, I came across this. If this doesn't prove my point, I don't know what will.
In short, they took Freddy Fazbear and turned him into Freddy Fazbear. In fact, just in this starting section, we get previews of all the animatronics, and yes, just like Freddy, they are no longer unpredictable, haunted monstrosities, but fully sapient beings with hopes and character flaws. Roxanne has an inferiority complex, Chica has an eating disorder, and Monty plays League of Legends. This already is a massive downgrade in terms of horror. One of the things that can make a monster scary is if it's more animalistic in nature. Animals or entities we perceive as uncontrollable or unpredictable are naturally more scary to us than those we see as more rational. And the same goes with the original animatronics from FNAF 1. Sure, they were possessed by thinking beings, but they themselves were these kind of feral, unpredictable entities that were both bound by their programming and by their spirit's desire for blind violence. They were just as likely to sit and stare at the camera as they were to barge into your office and kill you. Now, that's not to say that sapient thinking beings can't be scary. The family from Resident Evil 7 is terrifying because from the very outset we see that they're all batshit insane. They revel in violence and torture, immediately establishing that these people are absolutely willing to catch and kill you. The Glamrocks? They're children's entertainers, and they honestly love doing it. The opening cutscene has them performing on stage for a massive audience, and the first time we see them in-game, they're just kinda hanging out. Sure, Monty is having a gamer rage moment, but it's nothing like... There's nothing to indicate that these characters are something to be feared. Hell, one of them is literally helping us escape the Pizzaplex. In fact, before we ever have an encounter with any of them, Vanessa, a security officer, tells Freddy that she knows we're in the building and that she's having the other animatronics look for us. So the first time we actually encounter one, why should we be scared? Why would we assume that these things are out to harm us other than for the fact that this is a Five Nights at Freddy's game? Oh, I'm sorry, it's because...
That is the security guard. She can help.
No, I don't trust her.
Why not?
Don't know who she is, but she's trying to get me.
What the hell does he mean by this? Is he surprised that a security guard is looking for a lost child after hours? It's her goddamn job. What Gregory said here is the equivalent of walking into a shopping mall and saying, I think that salesman wants to sell me something. And yes, I know that in lore, Gregory already knows that there's a Mysteria in the pizzeria, but A, that's not established until the third act of the game, and B, having the player character know that something is a threat before the player knows it's a threat is just confusing. Now, the opposite can be true, and in fact happens in horror quite a lot. It's pretty common for a horror movie to have a harbinger, a one-off character that tries to warn the main characters of the danger ahead, and in almost every case the harbinger is basically ignored. So while the audience is aware of the danger, the main characters are not, which further acts to build tension. This is just bizarre. From our perspective, the animatronics are acting like completely normal human beings. They're not hiding around corners or stalking us just out of view. They're not making monstrous noises or attacking people. They're just calling out to us like you would expect from someone looking for a lost kid. The game never bothers to establish them as a threat and just assumes we'll take them as a threat because, like I said, this is Five Nights at Andretti's and boy am I upsetty. So here's where I introduce the main gimmick of this video 6 pages into the script because I am the best at pacing. This is the list. It's going to be an ongoing tally of the core components of FNAF Security Breach that we need to change to give ourselves an actually scary game. And item number 1, make the animatronics scary. But this is where the interesting part of the video comes into play because, according to the rules I set, I cannot change their designs or their personalities. I have to keep them as they are and make them horrifying. And speaking of not scary, we have a linear chase sequence to talk about, but surprisingly, I'm okay with this one because the purpose of this chase is to corral us into a different area where we actually have to sneak and avoid the animatronics and learn the mechanics of the game. Alright, and what mechanic are we learning here?
Your fast watch is now connected to the those boxes on your mini-map are nearby security cameras.
Shit. Now, I know in my The Park review, I got on the game for giving us a map of the area, but in this case, I think it's actually fine. This is a non-linear, objective-based game, meaning just to make progress, we need to know a general idea of where we're going, which is a bit of a problem because this is the worst map I've seen in any game ever. Seriously, it has legends that just don't show up, it doesn't open to the floor you're actually on, and there's no way to zoom in or examine different parts of the level. I don't need this map to be super detailed, but good fast God is this map terrible. The same goes for the camera mechanic. It's a great idea, but these maps don't show where the camera is pointing or where you are relative to the camera. So instead of spending time watching the animatronics slowly creeping closer, you're moving from camera to camera just trying to fucking triangulate where the hell everything is. It's why most people stop bothering with the damn things and just use their eyes to figure out where the danger is. This isn't quite going on the list because it's not really keeping the game from being scary, it's just frustrating, but I will talk about it later, so keep it in mind at least. Anyway, that chase brings us to the main lobby, where the clock strikes 12 and Gregory gets locked inside, thus establishing the main plot of trying to escape the Pizzaplex. And speaking of 12 o'clock, fun fact, did you know that the opposite of high noon, midnight, used to be referred to as high moon? You didn't? Well, that's because I'm lying for the sake of a cheap segue to the next segment. Now let's phase to the dark side of the daycare and see if this lunatic can give us a decent scare. Our next stop is the daycare, which logic dictates is open at night. This segment has a reputation for being one of the most broken and messy parts of the entire game, so believe me when I say that just removing the glitches does not make this section good. It makes it damn near perfect. Really, I mean it. If this section had no glitches and the daycare attendant worked entirely as intended, I am not exaggerating when I say it would be hands down one of the best single segments of a horror game I've experienced in years. The daycare starts with Sun committing what FNAF fans call the Afton Special, but we manage to escape by weaponizing his OCD. This not only forces us to learn the main mechanic, but during this we hear him shouting at us to keep the lights on. Unfortunately, Gregory is a precocious little shit. Seriously, in the novels he knows how to hack the arcade cabinets, he sneaks into the Pizzaplex all the time, and he also committed at least 4 counts of first-degree murder. Yeah, FNAF lore goes wild. But yes, Gregory ignores the warnings and turns off the light, which is the exact moment when the daycare attendant goes from being mildly popular to his 4th most common Google search result is daycare attendant X reader. This sequence alone is fascinating to me because, in essence, the daycare attendant was his own harbinger. Sun warned us not to turn off the lights, Gregory does not heed that warning, and the monster, Moon, comes out. I honestly can't think of any other examples where the monster itself is the harbinger, and that's just cool. We're then tasked with finding 4 generators which are hidden in the play place, because if there's anything the previous games have taught us, Fazbear Entertainment has a proud history of uniting children with heavy machinery. This is an area that really could use a bit of fine-tuning, as the generators range from a spot you'll pass at least 20 times to, oh my god, are you serious right now? But other than that, and the fact that I wish this setting was anywhere other than gay baby jail, the actual layout is fantastic. The playplace is incredibly claustrophobic, and you can see through each wall, meaning that even though you can tell if Moon is in the play place with you, it's difficult to know if he's actually on the same path you are or just creeping around. You'd think that being outside the play places then would give you a breather, except for the fact that Moon has the power of goddamn flight. The feeling of a predator that can not only be behind you but above you adds a unique layer of fear that makes the Fisher-Price death maze the preferable option to being out in the open. It's such a strange sense of relief when you finally manage to dash inside one of the play places, only for the fear to start creeping back in as you hear Moon winding his way through the tunnels along with you. As far as improving this section, there's honestly not much I would do outside of rearranging the generators a bit and fixing Moon's pathing to make him an actual threat. Seriously, while he can enter the play place, I saw him maybe twice, and the only reason he's a threat outside is because Steel Wool literally just gave up on his pathing and removed all the furniture so we'd stop getting stuck on it all the time. Though, ironically, I think this makes the daycare scarier because now there aren't as many objects in place between you and him. Again, I'd prefer this whole section to take place somewhere other than a playground designed for literal babies, but the idea here is to perfect Security Breach, not create an entirely different game. Unfortunately, the good times end the moment we leave the daycare. Sun breaks the golden rule of prison and snitches on us, summoning Chica directly to our position, which normally would be terrifying, except for the fact that Freddy is literally right there and all attention is destroyed. We then get a strange section where the lights immediately turn off and we get Faz-splained to that Moon will catch us if we don't get to a charging station for some reason. The pacing of this entire moment is just odd. We finally escape Moon, have a 2-second chase from Chica, only for Moon to pop up again 30 seconds later. Turns out though, this is supposed to introduce a new mechanic to us. It just pretty much never comes up. Just before every hour change, an actual timer starts, and if it hits 0, Moon will automatically kill you no matter what. Unfortunately, even this rather straightforward mechanic is confusing to the player because, despite a ticking clock regularly appearing in the corner, there is no actual in-game timer. The time just moves when you hit certain checkpoints, so the only moment where the time is actually a factor is whenever Moon pops up. But when he pops up is also scripted, and every time there's a recharge station just right around the corner, making this entire mechanic entirely pointless. Except for the last time when he pops up, which changes the mechanics entirely. For no reason, you have to make it all the way back to the beginning of the game. As annoyingly implemented as this mechanic is, I can't just get rid of Moon either, so how do we improve it? That is where maybe my most controversial suggestion comes into play. I'm serious, this change is something that would turn a lot of people away from even touching this game. It would be a change that people would make mods of to remove, a change that affects the very nature of this game, and that change is to be covered later in the video. Come on, you think I'm gonna drop a tease like that and just let you have it? Nah, I'm gonna dangle it right in front of your face, right into the perfect moment like the goddamn tease that I am. After being corralled into this recharge station, we get introduced to Vanny. What's interesting is that Gregory is able to see her while Freddy cannot. This is never brought up again, so I am entirely convinced this was just something for game theory to latch onto. But what I find more interesting about Vanny is that out of all the major characters in the game, the blonde woman in the tight-fit bunny suit has the least results on everyone's favorite green-tinted website. Tackling how to handle Vanny is an entirely different beast, one that we're saving for later because first, it's time to finally enter the atrium. Stepping out of the elevator, we get subjected to the objectively best jump scare in the game, and honestly, I would keep it in just for the comedy value. I also want to take a moment to really look at the atrium. What sticks out the most to me about this area is that this is my fucking vibe. I mean it. The overall dark tone contrasted against the vibrant neon colors, the vaguely 90s vibes, and just the scale of it. You don't understand. This aesthetic hits me so hard that if this place existed in real life, I would be in jail for grinding up the atrium's drywall and trying to snort it. This has to be one of the reasons I love this horrible game. Just existing in this place sets my dopamine receptors to yes. But vibes alone aren't enough to make me like a game. For example, I love the dreary, isolated vibes in Ghostwire Tokyo, but as far as a game, I find it only mediocre. But back to the actual reason you clicked on this video, and hopefully the reason you left it a like. There, I said it, YouTube. Is the algorithm please now? Can I be a real boy, YouTube? The next part of the game includes a split path. We can either get locked in a security room while both Roxy and Monty try to double team us, or we can roleplay as a pizza delivery man and get smashed by Chica. This is another honestly good design decision made by the devs. Giving the player the ability to choose different paths not only helps the game feel more organic, but also gives us areas we can optionally explore later in the game. Both areas have their own mechanics, so I'll be covering the prize counter route with Roxy and Monty first, and the loading dock with Chica second, mostly because I want to stall writing that part because how in the flying horse butt am I supposed to make pizza time scary? To get to the prize counter, we need to go through the arcade first, and this is an excellent moment for me to show off one of the main problems with the game. The purpose of these staff bots isn't to kill you, it's to circumvent the game's spaghetti code and just teleport an animatronic to your location. Now, the idea of an enemy that can't harm you but instead calls for the real threat to your location is actually a fantastic idea. It's a natural way for the game to create a low level of tension that can very quickly spiral into a high level of tension once you're found. Unfortunately, these bots move incredibly fast, have unfairly wide hitboxes, move almost completely silently, and show up in greater numbers than anti-vaxxers at the tiny coffin store. And if you think that joke is in poor taste, then let me remind you that this entire franchise was built on the backs of dead children. I mean, if you think about it, the original animatronics are basically just the Chuck E. Cheese version of a 40k dreadnought.
Even in death, I still...
Now, the immediate conclusion might be that if one thing is scary, a lot of that thing will be even scarier. To quote famous horror director Ridley Scott, no. Humans are fantastic at a process called acclimatization. We can very quickly develop a certain tolerance to a sudden stress, reducing initial panic and fear the longer we are exposed to that stimuli. However, when that stress is no longer present, that acclimatized state declines and we return to our baseline state. This is the trend good horror uses all the time. We enter into the game or movie in our baseline state, we're exposed to increasingly stressful situations resulting in some climax, but these moments of high stress climaxes are usually short, otherwise we would acclimate to them and the threat would no longer be scary. Building off of Ridley Scott, which I totally planned when making up this next metaphor, just look at Alien vs. Aliens. In Alien, encounters with this single xenomorph were brief but terrifying. In Aliens, we were exposed to more xenomorphs for greater periods of time, meaning they were no longer quite as terrifying since the focus was shifting more towards action. This is exactly what's happening with the staff bots. Because we are constantly exposed to the staff bots and the danger they produce, they very quickly stop being scary and instead become nothing but a mob of pasty, makeup-wearing, skinny nerds running around a dimly lit building filled with creepy merchandise. And I'm sorry, but I'm not exactly afraid of the people who shop at Hot Topic. Fortunately, the solution here is simple. So simple, in fact, that it's not even going on the checklist. I want at least half of these mime-looking fucks to be removed faster than corporate America removes rainbows in July. This allows the tension to lower back down to our baseline when they're gone, and then immediately renew that tension when we come across a new threat, building a better flow of low stress to a high stress to avoid acclimatization. So with fewer staff bots in our way, we make it to the arcade. Roxy is the main threat to be featured here, and now it's time to get sidetracked again because boy do I have words for Roxy and the animatronics in general. First off, all the animatronics aside from Freddy have the exact same sound effect for their footsteps, which, yeah, that's a great design decision. The fact that we can hear a threat coming but don't know which threat it is, oh, what a wonderfully tense situation that would be. Really, I mean that. Sorry if it sounded sarcastic. The problem is that aside from a few minor differences, all the animatronics act the same. Just beeline it towards you the moment they have line of sight, like your mother spotting a KFC. For that reason, even though the ambiguity of the footsteps is great at obscuring which threat is coming, our response to all three animatronics is pretty much the same. So since the game wants to give these animatronics personalities, why not further ingrain that into their hunting behaviors too? Now, we've already seen Chica, and since she is the most common animatronic we come across, we don't need to change all that much, aside from the fact that she can fucking teleport, because yes, that's fair. Really cool game. I love dying for reasons entirely outside of my control. Please, keep spawning Chica 2 feet away from me in a room I already made sure was clear. No, yeah, that death was totally my fault. More, please! If she is the most common threat, her danger should be the most basic, and that's not only for the sake of tension as I described before, but because it's just basic game design philosophy. Boot up any game with enemies in it, and the most common ones are going to be the most basic, just like Chica's personality. In fact, I'm going to take a quick detour to very briefly go over Chica's section because, honestly, the settings here are great. Claustrophobic areas with decent cover, the first being a weird silo room, and the third being a laundry room, and the second room is simple improvements to her AI, removing her ability to teleport, along with other general changes to the animatronic that I'll be covering later, would really make this section pretty darn good. Right up until... But back in the arcade route, we also have plenty of cover, but as opposed to the more simple Chica, Roxanne is, well, she's a wolf after all. Why not consider that when making her AI behaviors? I'll leave it there for now, but this is going straight onto the list as a sort of subsection under the make the animatronic scary part. Now, no matter which route we take, we first have to go through Event, and that is a mini Music Man. They show up in vents, and despite being the size of a Happy Meal box and looking only half as threatening, these mini Music Men are somehow capable of murder. I don't think I need to spell out that these things need an upgrade, so they're going on the list under the Make the Animatronic Scary list item. Speaking of, it's surprising to me that the only real change needed to these sections is better AI. The actual level design of the Pizzaplex is usually very solid, and really, it makes me wonder if this video is even necessary, if just improving the AI would... Oh. Somehow I completely forgot about that. Pizza! Oh my god. So the Pizza Bot section has us create a pizza for Chica within a time limit or else we die. This segment is tense, sure, but so are the collapsing time riffs in Hat in Time, and I wouldn't exactly call that horror. No, that's for the Vanessa's Manor section.
Seriously, what the fuck?
In short, a timer alone does not horror make. The other problem is that during this entire section, you're basically Mark Grayson, and by that I mean you're... Gregory is completely safe until the timer runs out, and Chica won't attack the Pizza Bot, meaning the only source of tension is the timer. And it's a shame because having a patrolling threat roaming around while you sneak around this cramped kitchen, searching for the next ingredient and looking over your shoulder while you prepare for the next step is a classic horror gaming staple. Thus, the solution to improving this section is obvious. Just remove the Pizza Bot. Too bad I can't do that. Yeah, as per the rules I said earlier, I can't really remove any significant aspects of the game, so Pizza Bot's here to stay. Yay. So yeah, add it to the list and save it for later. No, I'm not procrastinating writing this part. Here, get distracted with this totally real sponsored ad. Craving disappointment? Come to Pizza Hut, where we source our ingredients directly from local Chuck E. Cheese dumpsters. Inflict your stomach with our new crust that's baked in-store every fiscal quarter and seasoned with only the freshest cardboard trimmings. Enter promo code E. coli to get 2 of our signature pizzas for 30% off, and then end up paying 3 times the price anyway since we'll just have DoorDash deliver it instead. Pizza Hut. Just buy DiGiorno next time, idiot. Both paths converge to a moment that will terrify everyone who's ever worked in retail because we're hit with the rare and highly dangerous white woman jump scare. This is Vanessa, who is the biggest disappointment since that Pizza Hut pizza I just finished shoving down my throat. And now if you'll excuse me, my intestines are exploding. So this night guard that Gregory said was out to get him just locked us in a room and did absolutely nothing to harm us, proving that Gregory is either a liar or just stupid. No more than 5 seconds after she finishes deservedly scolding us does that rabbit lady pop up on screen. We don't know her name yet, but this twist is so pig-slappingly obvious that I'm just going to tell you right now that yes, Vanessa and this bunny, Vanny, are the same person. Vanny acts a bit differently from the other animatronics. While she's scripted to appear in some moments, she spawns so far away and moves so slowly that most players only ever actually see her maybe once. Normally, I would save talking about how to fix Vanny for the second part of this video, but I kinda don't have to, because the way to fix her is already in the game. I mean it. According to this tweet, which was verified by one of the Steel Wool devs, there's still a meter in-game that tracks how long the Gregster has been loitering in a certain area, and since corporate America has taught us that the greatest crime of all is a homeless person just existing, Vanny will spawn to force Gregory out of his warm shelter and back onto the streets. And yeah, the theory behind this mechanic is actually pretty solid. It keeps the player from becoming too familiar with any one area by forcing them to move on after a certain amount of time. And just the knowledge that taking too long can put the player in danger puts a kind of mental clock in the player's head, making them wonder if they need to move on or if they still have time to keep scrounging around. In practice, however, this mechanic doesn't exist. Yeah, for whatever reason, this entire mechanic is just gone from the game, despite its code still being complete and ready to go. So, yeah, kind of an obvious solution here. As long as the timer isn't too short and there are certain safe areas where she can't spawn, I'd say that pretty much fixes her. Oh, also give Vanny her knife back. She had it in the promo material. It goes really well with the whole slasher vibe she gives off. Vanny deserves her goddamn knife. The next few areas are heavily patrolled by Roxy and in a much different, much more open environment than the previous arcade segment, which is great. Or it would be if she was at all threatening, but you know, Security Breach AI. It's a shame too, because you eventually get funneled into this long hallway with spots to hide in. If Roxy actually had AI instead of wet drywall inside her head, this section would be a terrifying moment of running between rooms, evading her attempts to track you, but no, they just filled this area with security bots running on a set track, so it feels less like horror and more like that one level from A Hat in Time. We wind our way through a few more sections that are just fine and therefore not worth covering. Moon shows up again to remind us that his mechanic is still useless because the nearest recharge station is literally just down the hall, but at the very least this leads us to what is most often referred to as the other actually scary part of the game. Here we get introduced to the Endos, which function pretty much like the Weeping Angels from Magic the Gathering. These have become decently common in horror games these days, and they're great in theory, and yet almost always I find them mid at best, and yet FNAF does the impossible and makes this the scariest Weeping Angel segment I've played in my life. Really, I mean that, there is no joke. This part is actually scary, and to explain why, let's compare this to another Weeping Angel segment in Poppy Playtime 3. In Poppy, this segment has just one Weeping Angel, who I can only describe as trying way too hard to be scary. Though the mace made out of school supplies is a nice touch, I can't lie. For one, her over-the-top design is shocking, sure, but shocking only works on that initial reveal, and since we're literally forced to stare at her in order to not die, we quickly get used to her design and she stops being so scary. The Endos, by comparison, are actually brilliant because their design does the opposite. They're not shocking or even really that scary at first glance, but as you're forced to keep staring at them, you start to notice the uncanny nature of their mouthless stares. Their dark metal design makes them kind of hard to completely make out in detail, which only makes their brilliant white eyes pop out at you from the darkness. So somehow, these subtle, somewhat realistic designs start to creep you out far more than Little Miss Edgelord. Next, we need to factor in the environment. In Poppy, we have these wide classrooms and cutbacks that make it easy to put plenty of space between us and Jeff the Killer's girlfriend. In Security Breach, all we have are these long, narrow halls with only a few switchbacks, which means if we need to get past an endo, we need to get close to it while still keeping an eye on it and the others around us. And that's the final advantage. There are multiple endos wandering around this already claustrophobic area. You can see firsthand in my footage that I am looking around constantly as I run from room to room, making sure that as I'm putting distance between myself and one endo, I don't accidentally run into another. And on top of that, not every endo in this section gets activated, meaning that when I turn a corner, I'm not immediately certain if the endo I'm seeing is a threat or not. So yeah, honest A+ here. Sure, its mechanics are all pretty basic, but it does them all incredibly well to make a genuinely scary experience. And it left me thinking that maybe the rest of the game isn't quite as bad as I remember. Speaking of, what's up next again?
How did this happen to me? I made my mistakes, got nowhere to run. The night goes on as I'm fading away.
So we get back to parts and service, where we find that a blonde woman role-playing as a police officer has strapped our himbo bear to a chair and is threatening to punish him while he begs for her to give him his head. And I just want you all to know that the only thing stopping this joke from continuing is the fact that Gregory is a child. Not that this seems to be a problem for Vanessa.
Gregory, I think you deserve a reward. Go check the main stage.
Seriously, what was the voice direction there? But Vanessa leaves and Gregory is forced to fix Freddy, in which we play a memory match game to the death. On the one hand, having puzzles can be a nice bit of downtime from the horror, but this puzzle comes with a significant risk of death, so it's not exactly a respite, it's just bad. There's nothing to build tension here. Nothing is creeping up on you. There's no timer. It's just press the right button or die. Now, this isn't exactly something preventing the game from being scary, so it's not going on the list, but I will be talking about fixing it later. As far as things that are going on the list, we see a few diagrams to which Gregory says,
Freddy, check out these pictures. Chica has some sort of special voice box. Roxy has new eyes, and Monty was given better claws. We can upgrade you.
And this isn't just some small side quest either. Rather than doing the sensible thing of just hiding and waiting for 6 a.m. to come, Gregory makes a choice here, and his choice is violence. So here's the next item on our list. But for now, our only option is to sate Gregory's thirst for violence, and since this is America, a firearm is right within this child's reach. So we're off to go play laser tag and talk about one of the most confusing design decisions in the game. But you want to know what's even more confusing? This music I'm playing, it's not from Doom. It's from Sonic Frontiers. Is there a point to this joke? No! I just wanted an excuse to sing this part of the song! At this point in the game, we have the choice to either go after Chica or Monty. However, we don't really have a choice because Chica is the objectively better option, and not just because I'm craving some juicy chicken breast. Entering Phaser Blast, we see the coolest laser tag course I've seen in my life. Like, come on, dark backgrounds against bright neon. Ah, this is my aesthetic. And yes, we actually get to play laser tag with standard King of the Hill rules. The layout is a bit confusing, but really it could all be solved if each flag was just marked a little bit better and by adding a few arrows pointing to the exit, so really we can just move on. But once we do, the game becomes infinitely less scary because from this moment on, the animatronics are no longer trying to catch Gregory, they're trying to catch these hands. Gregory is gifted with the power of Gun, one that can instantly stun enemies, has a decently high ammo count, is incredibly easy to aim, and has infinite ammo. Starting off with the very idea of a gun, a lot of people's initial reaction may be that a weapon in a horror game makes the situation immediately less scary. However, when used correctly, giving the player a weapon can actually make a situation more scary. If there's anything I'm trying to hammer into all of your gorgeous little heads, is that one of the core tenets of horror is uncertainty, and that is exactly what a weapon can do. When you have no weapon, your options for reacting to a situation are basically just run or hide. With a weapon, you now have the option to run, hide, or fight, and thus, this shoves another option in the player's panicking brain. In a split second, they ask, which is most worth it? Should I risk engaging in combat? Would it be worth the loss of ammo? If I miss, is it worth the risk of being caught? And from there, just running low on ammo adds a source of tension and, again, gives the player more uncertain decisions to make. Should I risk taking the time to look for more ammo or just go straight to my objective? Of course, this is hard to balance, as an abundance of ammo or powerful weapons can take the fear away entirely. There needs to be some kind of limiting factor, or at least risk to using a weapon. Make ammo scarce, make firing it awkward, or make it loud and attract nearby enemies. Every pull of the trigger needs to make the player question if they're really making the right decision. The Phaser Blaster has no such risk. Thankfully, solving this is so simple that I can just go ahead and explain it here and now, and you all probably know exactly where I'm going with this because you're all just so wonderfully smart and exceedingly attractive. Mwah. Make it so the Phaser Blaster doesn't automatically recharge. Yeah, infinite ammo in a horror game is a dumb idea, who would have thought? And hell, we already have the recharge stations for the flashlight, why not use those to refill the gun? But that alone basically just gives us infinite ammo all over again. I definitely have an idea, but it piggybacks on the aforementioned change so controversial that I'm gonna keep teasing it until the end of the video for that sweet, sweet engagement. Sure, on to the list. Hopefully by now, your incredibly giant brains have picked up on another theme of horror. Giving the player more but limited options can lead to uncertainty, which again leads to horror. Just the chance to have a player think, did I make the right choice, is a fantastic element of horror that can be incorporated into something as simple as a limited use recharge station. I'll have more to say about the Phaser Blaster for the later part of this video, but for now, we head on and are presented with, frankly, one of the most confusing conversations in the game.
Freddy, that rabbit lady's in a secret room above Phaser Blast. I think her name is Vanny?
It is very similar to Vanessa and also Bunny. That cannot be a coincidence.
Putting aside the question of who the hell writes their own name on the wall of their hideout, is the whole Vanny-Vanessa thing supposed to be a mystery or not? We never hear Gregory say anything like, gee golly gosh, I sure do wonder who could be under that bunny costume. And the only other line from Freddy is,
are you sure you saw a dancing rabbit? We don't have a dancing rabbit animatronic anymore.
Yeah, no shit. You're telling me this human-shaped Playboy horror bunny isn't supposed to be here? Gee golly fucking gosh. Never would have guessed. And spoiler alert, but there's never really any grand reveal either. In only 2 of the endings do we really get confirmation, and even then, it's kind of just glossed over because I guess the game just forgot that this was supposed to be a mystery. Now, in lore, Vanessa was brainwashed into becoming Vanny, which could be a really fun plot point considering the animatronics are also acting against their will. A fun little parallel there. But the game never does anything with that either. This honestly feels like something was left out, so yep, this is going on the list. But to continue on, we stop by Bonnie Bowl to grab a bag of Monty's Mystery Mix, which is apparently some kind of pizza-flavored slushie, and be honest, that made at least some of you curious. Not me, because I'm a man with initiative, and goddammit, I have to find some way to make Pizza Hut edible.
All I can taste is the dough.
We want this honest improvement to Pizza Hut cooking as bait to lure Chica into the trash compactor.
Smash.
This does involve a copious amount of backtracking, and that would be incredibly boring, but remember, we're carrying the Monty's Mystery Mix, something Chica is literally obsessed with, to the point that she stalked and assaulted a member of the staff, and the game makes sure to do fucking nothing with it. This is such a missed opportunity to have a glitchy Chica just constantly slowly stalking after us like a hot Mr. X and capping it off with a death by trash compactor? Come on! And this would immediately make the next section all the more haunting. We move through the dreaded lair of Asmongold's house and start to hear strange noises. Is something stalking us? We round a corner and see Chica, disoriented but alive, and her monstrous new form does nothing, really. In fact, all of the animatronic shattered forms are just kind of underwhelming gameplay-wise, which is incredibly frustrating because it would have been a great way to mix up the gameplay. In fact, it usually just makes them less of a threat, so let's go ahead and add that as an addendum to the fix the animatronics point. But after that, we hit 5 a.m., see another pointless moon pop up, upgrade Freddy with Chica's voice box, which means that we now have a power the game barely explains and almost never matters, so yeah, let's get that list back in here. But after this, we're off to go smash Roxy. Gregory wants to do this literally with a car. I, on the other hand, have some actual fucking taste. Please, you think I'm the kind of guy to just go after the most obvious furry bait possible? I am Cheese H. Yeen, and we stand Chica on this channel because she just has a very nice design. Really, I like her color palette. Her general look is a lot more minimalist compared to how busy Roxy and Monty are, and I also think her voice is cute.
Are you sure?
Gregory's plan to kill Roxy includes Batman levels of foresight, but he missed the fact that he is tiny baby and cannot ride the go-karts by himself. This sends us to hunt down ahead for this driver assist robot, and honestly none of it is really notable, at least until... This entire area slays my ass. The theming, the dark tones, the brilliant neons, the dance floor, the multiple stories of arcades, the lounges. There's only one real problem with the arcade because, as I said before, this area slays my ass. This is known as one of the most frustrating parts of the game, and yes, everyone is here, along with the insert Germa reference, and free advice, the least threatening enemy in the room should not be the one the size of a dump truck. He acts like more of a roadblock than an actual enemy, and honestly, this whole section can eat my incredibly toned ass. The otherwise decent level design is ruined by the small army of staff bots who I swear just cheat sometimes, not to mention how Chica has now mastered her instant transmission, on top of the fact that you can't save once you start this whole sequence, which means any unfair death, and boop! Back to the start you go! And then there's parts of this section I swear just don't work. The music randomly gets louder in certain moments, which logically made me think that Music Man was getting closer. A great idea and concept, but no, the game just kinda likes doing that. I guess? The obvious fix would be to make this section slower and more methodical by removing the music here, but first of all, that would change the entire feel of this section, and thus is against the incredibly arbitrary rules I set. And second... I don't care if this music isn't scary. It's one of the most memorable set pieces in the game, and I am not taking it away. What I can take away, however, is the other animatronics. I mean, this is the DJ Music Man section, and he's barely a part of it. If this part wants to go loud, then I invoke my patron goddess Slanesh, and by her name, things will get loud now! But with the head repaired, we make our way back to Roxy Raceway, where we finally get to ride the go-karts, thus setting off Gregory's master plan. You see, he knew that by driving around on the go-kart course, this would make Roxy unreasonably angry, causing her to jump down directly onto his path, allowing him to bail out just in time to send the car tumbling down the track and smashing her in the face. Look, this whole setup is just ridiculous. How about we just add in a line of Freddy saying,
"Be careful, superstar. Roxy gets jealous when people ride the go-karts without her, and with her
altered state right now. I'm not sure what she might do.
At this point, 6 a.m. hits and Freddy tells us we can now leave. Since the story has never given Gregory any motivation ever, this seems like the most obvious option. However, actually going to the exit gives us the option to leave, which leads to the bad ending, the option to stay, which is the actual correct choice, and the option to vanny, which last I checked isn't a verb, and what the fuck do you mean by this? Regardless, it doesn't actually matter because I'm only going to be talking about the probably canon ending. From this point on, every save station in the game and every checkpoint is disabled, all except for a new one that appears in the atrium. If that seems arbitrary, just know that this is mercy. On launch, hitting 6 a.m. disabled all saving entirely, and this was not a glitch, this was by design, and it was a bad one. Thankfully, Stillwell did my job for me and fixed this incredibly frustrating feature, which is fortunate since our next stop brings us into the incredibly dangerous land of rural Florida. Our second to last destination lands us in
Maltese Gator Golf!
And here's where I'd make a joke about Florida having the highest number of mini golf courses per capita, but honestly, can we take a moment to just look at this place? Ugh, can you be down bad for an aesthetic? Even the layout of this level is perfect for a gator to be silently stalking us. He naturally blends in not just with the green aesthetic, but all the bellowing gators add an excess of sound to the mix. And not to mention, line of sight is just generally hard to draw in this area, leading to an incredible hunting experience, except for one little tool we have at our disposal. But working our way through here, we find two important items, the Mazer-sized ticket and the Faz Cam. And since we get this weapon just before the boss fight against Monty Gator, naturally it has no effect on Monty Gator. I really shouldn't have to say how terrible of a design that is, but imagine you're playing Bioshock, you get the Electrobolt plasmid, and then Atlas hops on and says, "By the way, Boyle, the splicers here are all made of stone, so don't bother zapping them." That's nothing what he sounds like. But as far as the camera itself, it's a one-shot blast that stuns everything in front of you except for Monty because game design. It has the same recharge issue as the blaster, so we effectively have an infinite source of grenades. So let's use this ticket we found to get into Mazer-size just so we can be told we need to leave Mazer-size. I'd be more frustrated at this excellent game design if it weren't for the fact that our detour sends us to... Ooh. This section legit has an amazing setup, one that I love whenever it comes up in a horror game, forcing the player to dig their own grave. When we first get here, all the endos are turned off, not a one of them moves, but we notice that we're moving awfully deep into their territory, and then when we finally come across the item we need, well, if you know anything about horror, just looking out at all the endos like this, staring down at you, a veritable forest of silent, watching eyes, each one waiting, patiently, for the moment to strike. But then, amidst it all, you realize... I guess I have to give props to FNAF for being the first horror game to give the player a mech, but here's some free advice courtesy of the guy who just made a Pizza Hut smoothie. Just because you're the first to do something doesn't mean it's a good idea. Wait, no, shit, Fear 2, that had a... Oh. Sure, there are some parts where you can't call Freddy at all, but otherwise he's basically a, I really don't feel like bothering with all this right now, button. The game tries to limit his use by giving him a battery meter, but for one, you can upgrade this twice, and two, any recharge station will heal him to full, and also just straight up teleport him to Gregory somehow. So yep, bring in the list. But we now have the Mazer-size key, and thus can finally engage in the puzzle of just some bullshit. This puzzle is so horribly unclear in its design that this diagram by McClunky was the most clear explanation of how it actually worked. Almost every other guide just tells you the correct sequence or straight up has wrong information. But in brief, how this puzzle works is... The maze is a 5x5 grid, however due to the given camera angle it's often difficult to tell where exactly this grid is. The top and bottom rows refer to the X and Y axes respectively, and of course none of this is labeled so you have to experiment to find out. However, this is complicated by the fact that you have to look away from the monitor when you press one of the buttons, meaning you can't see the change happen and just have to memorize how the complex maze looked before and after the switch. And even then it's a bad view, so you end up relying on your watch cameras and those have a lag time before they go back up. But further confusing things is that the columns don't always move up, down, and the rows don't always move left, right. That depends on this switch here. However, this switch only tells you that the pieces are now moving vertically or horizontally, not which direction they're moving. That depends on which piece they're specifically moving, and on top of that, there's a security robot patrolling right here, meaning that if you get complacent, which you inevitably will because this is all so boring, that you'll get caught and then Chica spawns and you just get screwed. honestly, fixing this really just boils down to not making the puzzle absolute shit, and really doesn't have to be scary. There's honestly nothing wrong with a puzzle to cool things off, so this isn't even really a list item. It's just, don't put stupidly frustrating puzzles in your games. Finally, we have the boss fight with Monty, and since this game has built up this section by giving us a camera and a maze, his boss fight incorporates none of that, and I am disappointed in you if you really thought either of those would matter in the slightest here. Further confusing things is that for this showdown taking place in we don't use golf to save the day, we use these air cannons to shoot balls into this bucket that tips over once it's full like we're back at the goddamn Foam Factory, which, for those of you who weren't born yet, was the coolest playground I ever got to experience as a kid. It had multiple stories, tons of slides, pizza, it was colorful, probably a little dangerous. Ugh, I'd give anything to go back to a place like... Back to the fight, it's fine, actually. Monty is clumsy, but he's able to leap and cut you off, and manning the turrets means you have to take your eyes off him in order to aim it, so it creates some genuinely okay tension. It's just that this section mostly fails because of how not scary the animatronics are, so again, with my plan fixes to Monty and the others, this section really doesn't need much change. We lower Monty beneath the bucket and drop it on him, bifurcating him just like the best scene in the FNAF movie. And with the final upgrade to Freddy, it's on to the final showdown against the source of whatever mystery this game has barely remembered to craft for us. One interesting facet about this game is that it doesn't actually tell you where to go after getting all 3 upgrades. A competent horror game would give the player some kind of hints or clues as to where this secret place is. So what does FNAF do? To quote the iconic November 1989 Garfield comic, well, stomp on frogs and shove a crowbar up my nose, because the game actually did this almost perfectly. We get several notes stating that there are issues with the foundations beneath Roxy Raceway, and that there are ridiculous amounts of power being drawn, that something is wrong here. Plus, we get most of these notes at Roxy Raceway during our first visit, and there's even a good chance we find our way to this secret door during our wolf hunt. It's just inaccessible and thus better sticks out in our minds. So yeah, good job. No changes needed. This leads us to a long hall with a bunch of endos that activate one by one as we turn on the generators. But you know how this song and dance goes by now. Finally, we make it to the interior of an average Pizza Hut right before it gets turned into a Title Max. We drop down another hole and finally get to the bottom of the mystery this game hasn't been building. Now, for those of you who don't already know or who weren't paying attention to this part's title card, I want you to take this game's story and guess at what's going on. All the animatronics except for Freddy have been trying to kill us. The night guard Vanessa sometimes dresses up as a bunny named Vanny and tries to kill us. And there's something strange going on beneath the Pizzaplex where children are apparently disappearing. Yeah, it's just Purple Guy again. Yep, turns out that William Afton was possessing all the animatronics and Vanessa was orchestrating everything behind the scenes with literally no foreshadowing or build-up and has mysterious powers that are never explained. This is because the jailer, I mean William Afton, is a very well-written character and wasn't just pulled out of Blizzard's, I mean Steel Wool's ass because they couldn't come up with an actually interesting villain. And his boss fight, well, it's awful. I mean Afton's, not the jailer's. I have no idea what his boss fight is like. I play Classic, thank you. Hey, retail players, remember that amazingly thought out and well-written moment where Sylvanas burned down Teldrassil for no reason? Well, I don't. For one, Afton barely interacts with us at all. He's just wandering around between these monitors while the actual threats of Roxy, Monty, Chica, and no, Vanny isn't here because the game forgot she exists. Every now and then he'll try to possess Freddy because I guess he's just magic now, and that's our cue to run to the monitors and press a button that will for some reason cause the room he's in to catch fire. We can only see this on a tiny screen and there's no sound effects to go with it, so this is about as satisfying as starting my dryer. Yay! Meanwhile, the fight oscillates between those two states of baby's first FNAF and what the fuck do you want me to do here, game? Rather than this being a test of everything you've learned about surviving the animatronics, Roxy, Chica, and Monty all behave by entirely new rules or rules that you've never bothered with. With Chica and Monty, all you need to do is slam the doors on them and they'll respect our desire for privacy and walk away. Roxy, however, Freddy tells us the doors don't work on her because sure, why not? Once in the room, she forgets that she's supposed to be blind and now beeline straight for you. To get rid of her, we need to hop into Freddy and use Chica's Sonic Blast to scare her off, a power you probably won't know how to use because you have to be inside Freddy to use it. The game never tells you how to use it. Every time you do need it to open the door, the game just does it automatically, and if you're already inside Freddy, you're both invisible and to the animatronics, so by Freddy's Faz balls, why would you ever even bother using it? After that, some tentacles pop up from the blob, and if you don't know who that is, I didn't either, because in the entire game he only shows up for about 3 seconds and doesn't actually do anything at all until now. If you're wondering why I'm not showing you any of this in the footage, that's because after all of this, I didn't want to risk dying to some bullshit again. I decided to go on the offensive and glitch the game right back. If you wait for Chica to spawn in one of the halls, just stick Freddy in the doorway, and since the animatronics were barely programmed, she'll get stuck, which means none of the other animatronics ever get told to spawn, and you can just kill Burn Trap with absolutely zero threat. Yeah, how's it feel to be on the receiving end, bitch? We then escape with Freddy and get a nice little picture of Fred and Greg on a hill. I really shouldn't have to explain why this entire ending is awful, but since that's the point of the video, here we go. First off, having William Afton behind it all while possessing everyone makes Vanny completely pointless and robs her of all agency. And the fact that she, the most interesting character here, isn't present in the ending at all, nor is she even mentioned, is not only confusing, it's just bad writing. Additionally, save for Chica's stupid voice box upgrade, this boss fight doesn't use any of the mechanics we've become familiar with, and instead just throws a half-baked minigame at us with completely new and nonsensical rules. The best boss fights are true tests of abilities we've honed throughout the game, not a random collection of button prompts thrown in our face at the last minute. The fight also isn't satisfying to beat because there's basically no feedback on how much we're damaging Afton, aka the world's most dedicated Human Torch cosplayer. And when we actually do beat him with one final button press, the game just freezes for a second and then abruptly switches to a cutscene that takes place in what looks like an entirely different location. Because of how confusing and unclear the whole fight is, any tension or horror is overridden by frustration, and frustration is one of the greatest enemies of horror. And to talk about that, we finally get to move on from part 1 of this video. Christ, this has gotten away from me. And on to an interlude where I cover the last remaining mechanics that need changing. And yes, that includes that extremely controversial change I've been hyping up so much to the point that now I'm worried it's just going to be kind of an anticlimax when I finally talk about it. It's only fitting to start this section off with the aforementioned greatest enemy of horror, because this game, yeah, it's frustrating. Horror games are in a uniquely difficult spot when it comes to frustration, as it's that fine line between a legitimate threat and dying so many times you're focused more on the game and not the horror.
Very cool sequence. Didn't want to play it 10 times.
A horror game should try to evoke many emotions in a player, but frustration, at least at the game itself, should not be one of them. Sure, the game can try to make you frustrated at a character or some plot development if that is the desired emotion, but a horror game should never make the player feel frustrated at the game itself. It makes you stop thinking, oh god, is the monster behind me? Oh Jesus, what was that noise? Oh Holy Spirit, it saw me! And instead, the player starts thinking more technically, like, okay, last time I died, the monster caught me here, so if I optimize my route this way and save enough sprint here, I can probably get around the monster and into that hiding spot just down the way. That's not panic. Dying too frequently in a game makes the player more familiar with the sections they're forced to replay again and again, bringing in that dreaded acclimatization I've been harping on about. And this directly leads to my biggest criticism of the game, despite the fact that it's potentially the franchise's most iconic aspect. Instant death in horror games is bad and lazy. Now, there do exist a few niche cases where it can work, but to quote the best character in Persona 5, let me explain. Getting caught by the monster in a horror game should mean that the player made a mistake, and this is their punishment. Granted, in Security Breach, half the time it's not even my fault. No, this isn't John's. Chica can literally teleport and has a neutral, meatless TOD. Oh shit, she is literally Android 21. Never let it be said I don't have a type. Now, in shorter games where the losses progression isn't that big, or more methodical games where you're less likely to panic, instant death can be fine. Additionally, threats that are very rare or part of the environment and it's your fault for going near them, that can be done fine as well. However, threats that are constantly searching for you can be summoned to any area of the game and can, again, teleport directly behind you, should not instantly kill you. Of course, I'm going to make a mistake a few times when the threats are this omnipresent and this oppressive, but the fact that a moment's mistake means, oops, back to your last save, hope it was recent, is unfair and unfun. In better games, a moment's mistake still punishes you by decreasing your health, and it's only when you've made too many mistakes that you are given a game over. What's more, giving the player more chances to live can actually make the game scarier. Think back to any game you've played where you have a health bar. When you're at full, you're walking around, not taking threats too seriously, but once that health starts to drop, suddenly you're being far more cautious, paying more attention for threats or health. It's become more tense, and every action you take now feels heavier, every decision grander, as that last slip-up could be the difference between life and death. And then we just have the management of health in general. Do I use my healing item now? Do I save it for later? Do I risk going off the main path to look for healing? And again, this all ties back to the theme of giving the player more but limited options to create uncertainty. And this one change to Security Breach, removing the instant death, would fix so many things. Take a look at the memory match minigames for a second. These sections are just kinda dumb. They don't last long and aren't really challenging, so you'll really only die due to a misclick or if you just weren't paying attention. But if Gregory could take multiple hits here, these sections could get more complex. Add a timer, add more stages, make them more difficult. This allows for more complexity and more mistakes, and thus more tension from when you've taken a few hits and are running low on health. It also fixes the 6 a.m. one save station problem, because now you don't just instantly die and go back to start. You have multiple chances and opportunities to heal yourself. And then the other animatronics, you can really amplify their terror by giving them all different damage values. Chica, being the most common threat and, a chicken, would do the least damage to Gregory, while Monty, being far rarer and, a frickin' alligator, would do far more damage to Gregory, while the unique threats like Music Man might be even one of those rare one-shot enemies. And because the animatronics no longer one-shot you, the player will be willing to take more risks and thus will inadvertently end up putting themselves in more dangerous situations. I cannot tell you how many times I wanted to explore only to go, oop, nope, Chica's there, gotta turn around or else I'll just die. Now I do have to step back for a moment because while I do think it was originally intended for Gregory to have a health bar at some point, what with that really confusing section of Gregory, I sensed you are damaged. Let us go find a first aid station and inspire game theory to think you're a fucking robot. Since this game doesn't have an inventory, I can't confidently just say, oh, let's just add healing items to the game. Fortunately for me, I can just reference the game I reference in practically all my videos. Soma! The game has these weird one-time healing buttholes that get you to full health but shut down afterwards. We can do the same here with these health stations. Of course, since this is a larger game with natural backtracking, they'd have to regenerate somehow, but that is, you guessed it, going on the list.
Unmute.
Now, with the player given more reasons to take risks and put themselves into bad situations, this gives them more of an incentive to use the camera system. And as mentioned previously, this game's camera system is about as useful as a ring cam on a revolving door. Now again, horror is in a unique spot because we don't want this tool to be too useful where it just kills the horror, but it also can't be so useless we're basically going to never use it. Fortunately, all that's really needed is some tweaks to the UI. On the minimap here, show us which direction the camera is pointing, highlight where Gregory is, and give it a dedicated keyboard button so I don't have to spend 15 years to bring it up, and bam, a useful yet limited camera system. And now, it's finally time to talk about what is probably going to be my most controversial suggestion for this game. Again, a suggestion that people would probably make mods for just to remove. You know how this is a Five Nights at Freddy's game, and Gregory is waiting for 6 a.m. to hit? And you know how the time just kinda moves when it wants to and doesn't have an actual clock? Yeah, we get rid of that. In its ideal state, I believe Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach would have a real clock. Kind of. See, the game takes an average person far more than 6 hours to beat, so an actual one-to-one clock wouldn't be enough time. We would have to use a sort of hybrid clock. Fortunately, the game already gets us halfway there. Each hour in Security Breach is almost like its own contained act. For example, 11 p.m. is the introduction, 3 a.m. is the Indo section, and 5 a.m. is the Roxy murder hour. So how do we manage this? For one, make 11 p.m. just not timed at all. It still moves completely artificially, just like in the real game, to give the player time to figure out how the game itself plays. So when do we start an actual timer? Well, think back to Moon and how his useless mechanic is the only time the game has an actual timer. And do you also remember how he's basically never a threat because there's always a charging station 2 feet from where the countdown starts? Bam! Right there! The first Moon countdown will be the player's introduction to time in the game. But we'll have it slightly different. Instead of these charging stations, which are basically everywhere, Gregory needs to get to the atrium instead, not just any random recharge pod. This is playing into another change I'm suggesting because the atrium is now a kind of pseudo-safe zone. Most of the hours or self-contained acts end when Gregory enters the atrium or the Freddy Funtime chamber, and this is when we would pause the timer as well. So for example, the 3 a.m. timer would start when Gregory enters the utility tunnels, giving him exactly 1 hour, and once he gets back to the atrium or the Freddy Dome, the timer will stop and the game will set itself to 4 a.m., which will then start again once Gregory leaves the atrium, such as entering Phaser Blast or Monty Golf. And because of this, we can give Moon an actual purpose. 5 minutes before the hour, Moon will show up, and if the hour hits, Of course, certain actions would pause the timer too. NPC dialogue, reading notes, cutscenes, the pause menu, things like that. With a timer, the player now has another factor to consider when they choose to explore or just stick to the main path. This then compounds on the Vanny timer, so we have two different threats pushing the player to move from area to area, one in the short term and one in the long term, creating different layers.
Where is your ransom fate?
Oh, tweaking to find the right balance of time, and saving would get a bit more complicated because losing a potential hour of progress is, to be blunt, bullshit, but we also don't want the player saving after wasting too much time and effectively soft-locking themselves. And while doing this, we have the ability to use the Atrium Safe Zone idea to address another one of Security Breach's biggest problems. Security Breach usually isn't scary. Controversial, I know, but when people talk about the only scary parts, they typically mention the daycare, assuming that Moon is actually working and not drinking paint. And the Endo section that I still attest is the best Weeping Angel segment in any game. This is because these are the only two parts where the game really tries to make the player feel hunted. Moon really does feel like he's taunting you, slowly closing in, and the Endos are these weird, corner-of-your-eye predators that freeze when you look at them like some primordial beast. The other animatronics, they're just kind of there. Sure, they taunt you and say things as if they're searching for you, but in practice, whenever you come across one, they're either just wandering around an open area or special summoned via Staffbot's card effect. Though, to be fair, this at least gives them more utility than ancient gear gold.
Like 5 people are gonna get that joke, and I know 4 of them.
Now, there are plenty of wandering enemies in horror games, and oftentimes they're the scariest ones, but what makes them work and the animatronics not work? It's all about timing, baby! In most horror games, or at least the good ones, the threats are really only around for a minority of the game's playtime, but each time they are, their encounters are purposeful, crafting the environment to make you feel like prey stuck in a maze with a predator. In Security Breach, you can encounter the animatronics pretty much anywhere, so it doesn't feel like you've been tracked down and now the monster is trying to corner you. It feels like you just spotted that one ass face from work while out shopping for groceries. This is another reason to remove so many of the staff bots, like I said way earlier. And in fact, I'm gonna go even further with this.
Is that phone number your work phone
from the
number?
main areas of the atrium entirely. Not only is this better for preserving acclimatization, it makes each future encounter feel more purposeful, more distinct. Of course, there'd be a couple exceptions to this depending on what exactly is happening, but this moderately safe atrium, frozen in time, is almost necessary to give the player time to breathe and think. This also means that when the player leaves the atrium, they know they're being forced into danger, and that's one of the best things a horror game can do, forcing the player to make a decision that actively puts them in greater danger. And with that, we've wrapped up every last point we have to make in this section. The list is ready, my tongue is taut, and people more talented than me have drawn a bunch of storyboards for this final display. So grab a snack, gather around, and pray my voice doesn't give out because holy crap, this is a long video. God. And get ready for Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Could it have been scary? The game starts.
DMs.
You find yourself in Rockstar Row, steadily creeping by. Suddenly, a hand lashes out and grabs you, pulling you around to reveal a friendly face. Chica. She asks if you're lost and offers to guide you out. Gregory seems hesitant, but he agrees, and Chica starts walking you along. You pass by the other rooms and see each of the animatronics in turn. Monty smiles and waves at you. Roxanne gives you a casual peace sign and a grin. And finally, you bump into Freddy and Vanessa. Freddy is his warm and cuddly self we all know. But Vanessa, this night guard, seems worried. Suddenly, the power goes out. The hall is flooded with darkness. And then the lights turn back on. Chica is frozen in place, still holding your hand. You try to tug it free, when Chica shudders back to life and with an errant jerk takes a swing at you. You're hurt, but she falls still once more. Was it a glitch? What happened? Freddy seems to be functioning properly. Vanessa then urgently asks Freddy to escort you out, insisting that Chica is fine and it was just a glitch. Freddy is of course confused at this and objects, stating that his power is still limited due to being in safe mode after the incident at the show earlier. But she insists, and Freddy obliges. The purpose behind this, other than to have something to add to my voice acting demo reel, is to show us the animatronics in their natural state. They're helpful, friendly even. This is their normal state, and normalcy is an incredibly important factor to establish in horror. It can be as easy as just showing this is a castle in the year whatever, or as elaborate as having us walk around and do work on an oil rig before the fucking starts to happen. The need for such normalcy is for the game to then take away that normalcy to create an unknown situation, and thus threat and fear. Take a look at Doom. In that game, our normal state is fighting demons and having just a wonderful time about it, so when a Hell Knight shows up, my thoughts aren't, ah, how scary, they're, yes, new thing to kill! Meanwhile, in Still Wakes the Deep, we start on an oil rig and just kinda piddle about for 20 minutes, so when a monster does finally show up, I know that it's not just par for the course, and that I should probably stay the hell away from it. In Security Breach, we start with literally everything trying to kill us, and nobody even seems all that surprised. If this is all just standard procedure, then there's nothing spooky or strange about the situation. It just makes Gregory a massive idiot for entering the literal murder mall. But by showing the animatronics in a normal state and then suddenly acting strange when the power goes out, that shows that something is going wrong and immediately adds a layer of threat, of mystery, not only to the animatronics but the Pizzaplex itself. We can further add to the threat of the animatronics by making them actually seem intelligent in their hunting patterns, make them actually feel like living, thinking threats, and not just the AI equivalent of a child-seeking missile. You make it back to the atrium just as the doors shut on you, leaving you to find a new way out. Only problem is, Chica's back, but not moving, just twitching. Even when you're clearly in her line of sight, she doesn't seem to react, but your path forces you close, and it's then that she springs back to life. A quick chase ensues, with emphasis on quick. She soon loses interest and wanders off, just happening to stop near some doorway or the mouth of a long hall. Is she hoping to block your path, or is it just random chance? Sometime later, you hear a quick stomping of animatronic feet, but you can't quite tell who it is. Are the footsteps just far away, or is someone being cautious? Movement from the corner of your eye, but it's gone the moment you turn your head. It takes some time, but eventually you realize it's Roxy. She's stalking you, ducking behind the arcade cabinets, watching you, waiting for you to move out into the open. And soon you're forced to do just that. There's a small clearing, and Roxanne leaps out, but you have your eyes firm on her. She doesn't charge you just yet. She paces back and forth, trying to force you into a corner. Eventually, you have no choice. You make a break for it, and the moment you run, she's after you. You manage to dash into the nearest vent, just barely avoiding taking another hit from Roxanne. But just when you start to relax, music begins to play. A mini Music Man is in the vent, and it's chasing you. You sprint away, but it's just slightly faster, and when it catches up, barely a scratch. Sure, it did a little damage, but you're otherwise fine. Later in the night, you're once again forced into a vent, and you hear the tinny notes of a music box. Or rather, music boxes. More mini Music Men, 3 of them chasing after you. Lucky for you, this vent is narrow enough for you to escape, but you're starting to worry about what will become of the vents later on in the night. And sure enough, as the night grows on, you enter yet another vent, only for an entire swarm of music men to come flooding your way. The cacophony of what seems like dozens of music boxes, overlapping in grating discord, matched only by the panic in your own heart. There's too many to shoot down, so you aim your fast cam down the vent and stun them all. That is, if you were so fortunate to have it charged. Otherwise, well, best of luck. Thankfully, you do survive, and as you tumble out of the vent exhausted, footsteps. But they're slower, quieter, and then fade completely. You think whatever danger was near has passed until a deep, rumbling bellow. Monty is near, but where? For such a large gator, he's being frustratingly subtle. And then you notice his beady eyes peeking out from behind a nearby counter. The moment you lock gauges, he lunges, charging in a straight line with no regard for whatever might be in the way. You dodge, just in time to see him turn around and make another mad bull rush your way. You manage to escape, but you took just a little too long exploring. The horrid whine of dying machinery fills the air as darkness swallows your surroundings. It's 5 till 4 a.m., 5 till moon arrives, 5 till game over. Luckily, you're not that far from the atrium, but you no longer have the time to be cautious. So even with Chica close by, you have no choice but to make a mad sprint for safety. But by some miracle, you make it to the atrium and your night continues. But it isn't long before you once again hear the tinny stomping of mechanical feet, and you're left to wonder which threat it is you're facing. See? That shit right here. Give each animatronic something unique about them, but all the same footsteps, if just slightly different in their pattern if you listen close. This is hardly the first time FNAF has played with sound cues, so why not here? Knowing that a threat is nearby, but not which threat, harkens all the way back to games like the original Silent Hill, which despite the title could be a very loud game at times. Speaking of animatronics, there's one of the main cast we've left out. Now what was his problem again?
Now, Big Freddy.
Oh right, the talking tank that is Freddy. Now I know I already covered why this is an awful idea for horror, but again, I can't really think of a better way to kill the tension faster than by giving Gregory his own personal stand. Once more, you find yourself cornered by Chica. You call upon Freddy and scurry into a stomach hatch, just out of Chica's reach, but still clearly within her view. And while she can't quite get at you, she can still go after Freddy. She attacks, haphazardly swinging at him, all while he shouts and begs for her to stop. Confused as to why his friend is now attacking him. With each hit, a bit of Freddy's battery drains, and he warns you that he might not be himself if it gets too low. Fortunately, the two of you manage to escape, and you quickly throw him into a recharge station. But when he comes out, you notice the station's lights are off. He tells you that each recharge booth only has enough power for a single use. It won't be recharged again until the hourly recharge cycle at the top of every hour. So from now on, you'll have to be careful how and when you use him. On the way to Shadow Monty, you find yourself deep in a veritable nest of endos. They haven't moved yet, but you have a suspicion. And sure enough, once you claim your prize, but you have Freddy now. You call him to your side, hop in, and immediately you realize your mistake. The endos don't move when you're looking at them because they're not allowed to move in front of guests. But Freddy? Well, he's not a guest now, is he? Indeed, for once you realize it would have been far, far safer just to go it alone. As the night goes on, you manage to shatter the other animatronics, taking their upgrades for yourself, but making them all the more dangerous in the process. Not only are they more aggressive, but Chica's head now swivels about, giving her near perfect vision. Roxanne is blind and thus relying on her scent, meaning that hiding spots no longer protect you from her. And Monty is now so low to the ground, this gives him even more spaces to ambush you from. But you're not powerless in this. Chica's voice box can stun the other animatronics in your path. Roxy's eyes can let you track them through walls, and Monty's claws let you push the other animatronics out of your way. It doesn't make you all powerful, but at the very least, it can buy you just enough time to escape. Yes, we can make the animatronics far more of a threat by gifting them the astonishing power of object permanence. Plus, this even gives the whole hourly recharge cycle some actual meaning by, actually charging something. We can also take this rule for the charging stations and apply them to the fast cam and the fast 9mm as well, and bam, since the ammo doesn't recharge anymore, you're gonna be a lot more careful about when you use the flashlight recharge stations. Then while we're on the topic of things being recharged every hour and taking damage, let's rewind a bit to when the power first went out and Chica suddenly took a swipe at you. As Freddy brings you through the utility tunnels, he notices your injury from when Chica swiped at you and brings you to the first aid station. He says,
"These state-of-the-art first aid booths can help with any minor injury, and are technically fully licensed paramedics, which resolves us of any requirement to have medical personnel on site. But, they do require a recharge after every use, so this one won't be functional until the next hour. But there's no reason you'll be needing more, right, Superstar?"
Can't believe I got
While you're
this to
patching
work.
up,
Wait,
Vanessa
now
comes
let
by.
me see if I
Her
can
demeanor
text.
has changed. She seems to be constantly flipping between worry, irritation, anger, and she asks Freddy if he's guided you out of the pizzaplex yet. Freddy pauses. You hold your breath, and for some reason, he lies. He says he saw you out, and while Vanessa doesn't fully seem to believe this, she leaves. You exit the booth and ask why Freddy lied. He hesitates, and then just avoids the question, saying that they just need to get you out. The next time you see Vanessa, she's thrown you into Lost and Found. Her face flashes onto the TV, and she's furious that you're still here. But then that fury turns to desperation, and she practically begs you to stay put in the Lost and Found, warning you that there's a danger that she's trying desperately to keep you from. And you don't think she's lying either. But then Gregory answers. He tells Vanessa that he's not leaving. He knows that there's still kids going missing. He knows that they've gone missing here,
I was
and
gonna
he's
ask
going
how
to
much.
find
We
them.
don't need to text
Or
that much.
the person behind it all. Vanessa pauses. She seems like she wants to say something, but before she can, the feed suddenly glitches out, right with another power surge. Moments pass, and you're left to wonder what happened. Then, there's a sudden bang at the window as that rabbit from before slams her face against the security glass, a knife gleaming in her hand. Just add moments like that, things that show that Vanessa is legitimately
and then
on
I'll
your
have your
side,
phone
and it's
number
the
for when I'm
Vanny
actually in the
personality you're
UK.
fighting against. The one she's fighting against. Show moments of Vanny being hesitant.
it
Show Vanessa
worked.
resisting.
I did not
Do literally
expect that. It took me
anything
so long
with
to
her at
figure it
all.
out
Make
because
us
I had to,
want
like,
to trust her, but
you
nervous
put
to
a
do so.
zero in
And
when
then that
there's not
one
supposed to be a
line
zero.
from Gregory can finally give us some context as to why he put himself in this stupid situation.
It
With
is,
all of this,
I'll
we can
tell
get
you
the idea that
it
Vanessa
is,
probably isn't the one behind this small army of missing kids. And why are there 2 games on the market where an insane theme park owner is killing kids to gain immortality? Believe it or not, that's not even the wildest part of the lore. The books go crazy, like hypnosis machines to help kids study, or explicitly detailed scenes of children being stabbed multiple times and dying in each other's arms. And yet what we got was this baby's
Hey,
first porn
Google!
that thought, oh no,
Mute!
the character holding a knife is going too far.
Why?
Or, we better add in silly minigames like, alright, let's just get this over
What?
with. You find yourself trapped in a security room with Chica madly pounding at the door. You call Freddy for help, to which he responds that creating pizza is the only way. There's no way I can phrase it that's not gonna sound silly. You take control of the chef bot and start making the pizza, but Freddy calls you to say the door won't hold, and that you need to distract her. You veer the pizza bot around and bring it near Chica, and success! You distract her away from the door, but now she's chasing the pizza bot, and on catching it, she takes a few swipes that quickly drain its battery. But as always, she loses interest and returns to the door. And now you understand. It's a balance. How long do I let her tear down that door? How low can I let the pizza bot battery get? Should I distract her now? Wait a little longer? But somehow you manage to finish the pizza.
Make a wish. It's 111.
But somehow you manage to finish the pizza. And you're free.
I wish you were here now.
Okay, yeah, I know it's not the scariest, but it's pizza time. I really didn't have much to work with, y'all. But giving the door an unclear amount of health on top of giving pizza bot a battery meter adds multiple levels of tension and choice, which again harkens back to that more but limited options mantra I've been doing my best to drill into your heads. And speaking of earworms, I think you're all warmed up enough for the sick, canonically improvised beats of DJ Music Man, which means he literally, in canon, composed this track just to kick Gregory's ass to. And that is some respectable disrespect. You make it to the dance floor, and it is mercifully quiet. You would love nothing more than just take a moment to stop and rest, but you can't quite afford that, can you?
What is your awesome ringtone?
Lurking at the top of each hour. Flip the flip switch, and there's a crash behind you as DJ Music Man surges to life. You watch as this metal behemoth rises, its systems slowly activating one by one. There is nothing subtle or quiet about this threat. You regain your senses just in time to flee, but where can you really hide from such a monster? By sheer happenstance, his posture forces you into the nearby bathrooms, where all he can do is reach in and wait for you to come out of hiding. Finally, you gain the courage to dart out of the room and onto the arcade floor. But he can't follow you, not directly. He's far too large, far too clumsy to navigate the narrow passages. But he doesn't have to, either. Crawling over the walls, the ceiling, never for a moment are you out of his sight. The beat of his music slowly follows him as an omen, growing louder and louder as he draws closer. And only by moments do you manage to throw yourself into one of the side rooms dotting the arcade. You're safe, but of course you can't stay there forever. The clock is ticking away, and so the game continues with you scurrying from shelter to shelter as the unrelenting monstrosity watches overhead. And just when you throw that last switch, just when you think it's done, Music Man returns for one last encore. This leads us to the very last item on the list, the Afton fight. Just the little bits of dialogue I suggested, plus a few more sprinkled here and there, would really be enough to hint that there's another threat pulling at the strings. This is also a chance for us to give some agency back to Vanessa and the other animatronics who, otherwise, have any real character completely wasted despite this game really trying to give them some personality. Unfortunately, we're pretty damn limited with the materials to work with. We're basically confined to 2 rooms connected by 2 hallways and a single loop and some clunky door mechanics. There is a lot more I'd like to do with this section, but of course I'm limited by the rules, so let's just see how this turns out, shall we? Reaching the rundown lair, you watch as this disgusting parody of life rises from his sleep. He roams from his hiding place, hungry for flesh. You stray just a little too close and he takes a massive gash out of your health. But lucky for you, he moves at a shambling pace, allowing you a few moments to explore this death trap. The monitor room where you entered has a pair of halls connecting it to a furnace behind, all of which you have access to. At first, you believe your task will be trivially simple, at least until you hear Freddy cry out from the other room. Afton is breaking into his mind, and given not too long, you'll have the monster you helped create out for blood. To lure this decaying corpse into the furnace is trivial, but from here it gets tricky. You need to shut both doors on him to keep him locked inside while he burns. So you can either shut one door in his face, make a mad dash down the hall, through the monitor room, back down the other hall, and pray you can slam the other in his face before he gets too far. Or you can choose to stun him with one of your precious camera flashes, allowing you to shut one door, slip past the threat, and shut the other in one fell swoop. But be careful, there are only so many recharge stations in this place, and you don't know how many more threats may appear. And that's when you hear it. The clank of mechanical feet. Chica appears, and in such a confined space, you don't know how to escape her. That's when Freddy gets an idea. If you can somehow force her into the nearby recharge station, it should trigger an emergency reset, knocking her out. For how long, he can't say, but hopefully just long enough. Fortunately, with all the upgrades you've given him, stunning and tossing her inside should be easy enough. But when is horror ever easy enough? Freddy locks up once again. Afton is free, and you're forced to now deal with both Chica and the implacable burn trap at once. But again, you manage to break Freddy free. By using what you've learned of the animatronics thus far, you're able to lure Chica near the recharge station, stun her using her stolen voice, and use Monty's claws to throw her inside. The recharge starts, and mercifully it works. She's down. for now, one by one, conserving as much ammo as you can, using all your knowledge you've gained through the night, and maybe, just a little bit of luck, you manage to reset both Roxy and Monty, and with Afton still being little more than a shambling corpse, you believe the night to be won. But then there comes another threat, one you still don't quite know how to deal with. Entering with a sickly laugh and the sheen of a blade is Vanny. From experience, you know she's unaffected by your weapons, and she's far too nimble to try to catch in the furnace. And to make matters worse, Freddy has locked up again. Out of desperation, you try one more time to free him. Vanny just barely missing you by inches as you burn Afton alive. Freddy is freed, but you're caught. Vanny grabs a hold of you, raises the knife above her head. A hand lashes out and halts the killing blow. Freddy looks the deranged rabbit in the eye, and he pleads to her.
Vanessa, we both know you're scared of him, that he's in your mind, but we have the chance to finally end this. Please, help us. Save them.
She hesitates. Afton draws near. Then, with a disturbing ferocity and hate filling her voice, she throws herself at Afton, knife swinging wildly as she eviscerates what's left of his flesh. She has him pinned, and what's more, the fires of the furnace have started to spread. A chilling roar splits your ears as Burntrap throws Vanessa aside, knocking her out cold. He advances on you, step by step, when a clanging of metal feet rushes ahead. Monty, Chica, and Roxy are all back, all three of them piling onto Afton and holding him at bay. One by one, they shout at you and Freddy to run, that they don't want any more children hurt. The two of you oblige, fleeing the nightmare as it all burns down around you. There's a relief. You're safe, and the Pizzaplex is burning. But you can't quite bring yourself to be entirely happy with this outcome. Vanessa, Roxy, Chica, and Monty managed to throw off Afton's control, yes, but you left them all in the fires of your own doing. And while you're certain this will put a stop to the disappearing children, how long will it last, really? We all know the truth about Afton.
I always complain.
Except, that's not what really happened, is it? You boot the game up again, and it's a mess. The plot is jumbled, and the character motivations make no sense. The animatronics are just hostile with little reason or intelligence behind them. Vanny is all but wasted, and the game just isn't scary. While I was playing through this game again, sifting through its guts like some kind of obsessive coroner, I discovered why I like Security Breach so much. And not because there's some hidden gem deep within this place, it's because this game is 90s as fuck. I know the game was angling for a glam rock aesthetic, but all the radical characters, questionable safety standards, and the incredible overuse of neon is not only peak 90s, it calls to a very specific time in my childhood. Grand play places like the Foam Factory, or hell, even small ones like at McDonald's, are not only replicated here, but exaggerated just enough to capture that feeling of how big everything feels as a kid. I loved exploring these places as a child, but do you know what I loved even more than that? Arcades. Big ones! Almost every birthday for several years, I'd beg my parents to take me to the local Dave & Buster's, and how that place felt to me then, to retell it in words doesn't do it justice, at least not in my very biased memory. But the arcade seemed like this impossibly huge space with dark colors, neon lights, sounds, and music everywhere, prizes to win, and just the thrill of running around there on my own while my parents stayed back and drank their way through the headache of managing half a dozen kids in a giant arcade. It's kind of like the hint of danger I feel when walking around the Pizzaplex. So the reason I love Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach is nostalgia. Ironically, not for FNAF itself, but for a kind of feeling I really can't get anymore as an adult. And not because of, back in my day, but because of the grandeur and scale on which kids just tend to view the world. And if the game was built around that feeling of some kind of callback to childhood, that'd be great. But it's not. This is a horror game, and most of the time, it's not scaring me. I don't love Security Breach because it's a good horror game. I love it because it got lucky and captured a very specific part of my childhood. But y'all didn't come here for me to wax poetic about when I was a wee cheese-yeen. You clicked on this video because of one question. Does Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach have the potential to be scary? Not all bad horror does. I honestly don't think that games like The Park, Indigo Park, or hell, even good games like My Friendly Neighborhood have the potential to be scary without massive changes that would drastically alter the game. Security Breach, however, is this fascinating limbo land where it is definitely not a scary game, but yes, I do think that it had the potential to be scary, given some tweaks to what's already in the game. But that's not a good thing. Games like Indigo Park or Bendy and the Ink Machine aren't scary, but when playing them, I do get the feeling that these games are the best efforts of small developers who really didn't have the greatest grasp on how to make horror. And that's fine. People make mistakes. Security Breach, though, there are tons of great ideas in here. Hell, even a couple actually scary moments that I said I don't think I could improve on. The map design is gorgeous and very well laid out. We have the basis for an interesting struggle between Vanny and Vanessa, but the game just doesn't capitalize on any of that. It couldn't, not because of lack of experience, but from something far scarier than some monster in a video game.
Executive meddling.
This game had a famously rocky development. It's a relatively small studio that tried to push a huge product out a door in 3 years for the holiday release. That alone would be one thing, but the insulting part of it all is that the co-founder specifically stated he knew the game was a broken, bug-ridden hellscape on launch, and his whole attitude towards it was, "Tee, well, we'll patch it eventually, I totally promise. But you can't be mad at us because we're a small team and we worked really hard on it." I don't have time to really go into it, and other videos have done it better. What stings so badly about Security Breach being even more poorly designed than the L85 British service rifle.
Hey, don't worry if that joke went over your head because I don't get it either. I asked a friend to write it for me specifically so I could make this joke about not getting it.
Is that this is the first FNAF game to really suffer from this problem. All the prior FNAF games, regardless of their quality, were made with concessions only to things like budget and Scott Cawthon's own technical know-how. They were games made to the fullest of the creator's vision and ability. Security Breach isn't that. The talented people who worked on this game and genuinely wanted to make it a great experience were smothered by corporate forces, and what a big surprise, this is what we got. After several rounds of patches, we got the announcement that no more major patches will be coming, and we are generally content with the game as it currently stands. So what was this final patch? Well, it added such revolutionary things like keyboard remapping, making sure Chica actually goes after you in the final boss fight, and just giving up and removing all the tables and chairs in the daycare because they literally could not figure out how to make Moon Path correctly. Take my arcade token, this game is still broken. To be entirely fair, Steel Wool was working on the game's free DLC, Ruin. And how did that turn out? Well, there's a reason you don't hear people talk about Ruin all that much. It's just, okay. While it's not the same broken mess as Security Breach, and definitely isn't as viscerally frustrating, it also never comes close to the highs of the Indo section or the daycare. Despite the daycare literally being in the game, it's actually kind of hilarious. Moon just doesn't move at all. They 100% just gave up on trying to program this guy. Like I said, I do think Security Breach had the potential to be a good game. It was just fumbled by poor management, which is honestly far more frustrating than a game like Bendy, which was just bad from the get-go. And if you want to see why it's bad, why not check out my other— and this is hardly a rare example. I'm sure plenty of you out there know games which pretty much have this exact same issue. Lord knows I've been hearing the Sonic fandom cry about this for the past 20 years. So I'm not ready to count Steel Wool out just yet. In fact, considering the good ideas they did have and the vast improvement shown in Ruin, I'm kinda looking forward to their next main entry into the FNAF series. And I hope you're looking forward to whatever I have planned next. Gotta be honest though, this video has taken a lot from me, but that might be partly on me for making something this large while also finishing up a master's degree. Don't know why I did that to myself. I do have plans for more big videos, but I've still got a few smaller Let's Dissects coming up. And the next one is a horror game starring a train that I'm legitimately surprised that I haven't played on my own yet. So that's up next. Oh, unless of course something crazy drops between now and then, like—
working.
What's going on, guys? My name is Cannon Bacon, and welcome back to FNAF Security Breach. We are still stuck on this son of a bitch. I don't want to, but if I have to, I will absolutely shoot. I have Wiimod. It's all for a reason, you know. That first time I would have done it. I would have fucking done it.
Are you lost?
That son of a bitch got me in the doorway. And then it just auto-killed me. Ugh. By the time you see this episode, 1 and 2 should already be up. I want to apologize for not doing much in episode 2. I didn't really... I tried this 3 times, couldn't do it, and just called it.
I'm your favorite.
But sorry about that. Hopefully we can do it this time.
Give up. You can't live.
Huh? I have never been gotten there before.
You're the best. You will find him first.
Oi!
Sneak away, little coward.
How far down do you go? Fuck. I'm in that one. Right there. So as soon as he's down here, we are booking it. As fast as I fucking can. I was so close first time I did it. Oh my god. I want him down here before he even think about fucking moving. Come on, come on. Mary, mother of Joseph. Okay. What the fuck am I stuck on? Okay, I'm right there. Nope. Because he immediately turns around. Uh-oh. I might have to take... Might. Okay. I don't see any other hidey hole. I think I will. Once he passes, I'm gonna run. I just did that, but I fucking did.
I want you to come for me. Yeah. I want you to come all over my
Yeah, I'm right there.
Revive life with local singles.
I'm going back.
Register for
Fuck.
free and jump in fun.
Backwards, fuck me. Which is like I caught the first time.
I'm trying to think what was the funniest bit about this weekend?
Oh my god!
I'd say.
Oh my god!
I said I was gonna be late and say this weekend was fun.
Oh my god! Thank you, Jesus! As soon as he's gone, I'm fucking booking it. Ooh, knock my headphones off. Go on, get.
But he said I can find a backstage pass around here somewhere.
I did it! Oh my god! I'm a fucking save. It only took me 6 minutes. We gotta come back and flash ram. That was not that hard the first damn time I did that. Second worst character in this game are those goddamn security bots. I hate those motherfuckers. I'm recording these in a weird way. I'm doing like 50 minutes each.
Got it!
50,
Now I should be able
30,
to find
40,
the
or
lift
60 is what I'm
controls.
doing. Again, I don't know how much flashlight battery I have left. So I'm gonna go back and save quick, because this is the first save we've seen. And I don't know how long. I've gotten 2 episodes out already, so hopefully I get lucky.
I feel like I was gonna tell someone to be quiet or like listening, and they're gonna tell me to shut up. I'm not like.
Hopefully I get lucky and can pull a free out of my butthole.
That's why someone asked me what I want. I think they were curious. I think they were trying
Really?
to see if I was worth respecting.
And I thought by now I'd be able to go in.
Yeah, I instructed them. I don't instruct.
Well, I mean, technically I can. I just don't know that I can get back out. Because I can go through the vent in there. I should be able to do it in there. Yeah, I can do that. I'm not gonna do that because I don't know.
I can't wait for you. I can't wait for you to come, and I can't wait for you to put on that cold set, so I can come more when I did it. Do you want to put that dress clothes on?
Where the fuck am I going?
We get more assets in that.
Backstage office. Oh wait, that's over here.
What starts out as a financial battle often ends up to all out custody war. It's not gonna be easy on anybody.
Why does it sound like Roxanne's walking? There we go.
Some of the assets, or you can take the deal they've offered. That's up to you.
There better be a fucking save in here. Spooky. There is not one. Is there? Fuck! Okay, no, I got an idea.
Thank you very much.
Just so I don't have to run all the way back there, I'm gonna go over here and use this, You cunt! That's fucking bullshit. Well, never mind. We're not doing it. Here we go. Here we go.
There's something else in here. What's this? It looks old.
Gregory, what did you do? Something happened. I can communicate again. I think you fixed my signal. Thank you.
I can see you on the monitor. I didn't think you could stand up.
Consider it a second wind.
Freddy, I see Roxy and Monty on the cameras. They're both coming to the office.
Do not let them in. The security doors are equipped with electrical deterrents. If you see them banging on the doors, hit the appropriate button. The shock should stun them.
Okay, but how do I get out of here?
Do you see the large vent in the floor? You are probably standing right on top of it. If I can reach the room under you, I should be able to force it open and let you out. All the doors appear to be on lockdown. Look for me on the monitors. If you see me waving, push the button in front of the corresponding monitor to open the door.
There you are. See you soon.
Hurry, Gregory! I cannot stop her! Over here!
Wrong button. Oh fuck. Tits! So that's guitar door. Fuck me. Fuck! She was fucking banging that bitch. Three fucking minutes.
Jump down!
Freddy, you saved me! I'm so sorry. I couldn't find any lift controls. All I found was this thing.
Follow me to the atrium. That is a program disc for the stage. If you use it in the
Last time I
sound
did
booth,
this again,
you should be able to run a Showtime program, which will activate the lift. My systems are failing. Go to the sound booth on the third floor balcony. Run the performance program on that disc, then meet me back on the stage. Please hurry. You do not have much time. It is almost the end of the hour. I will with you.
Okay, well, we've only gone in 15 minutes. I should be able to do it. Oh, it's this part. This isn't bad. I don't think the spotlight really damn matters all that much. Yeah.
Freddy said the booth is on the 3rd floor.
Oh, that's
Why are there so many security barriers now?
Well, as long as she... Dude, shut the fuck up.
Hey kid, come on out. We're only trying to help.
Okay.
Baby.
How the hell do I get up there, though?
Are you lost?
Lord, you're loud.
Nobody will miss you.
Yeah, I'm hoping you will let me know.
You're
Oh my god.
You will.
Holy shit. You piss. Or excuse for a fucker. Oh, that was she's not gonna find me. See how I was afraid I had been dead by the burger. Not kind of honest. Oh. Now your bitch ass speeds up. Fine, fuck you. I'll run way back, way back here.
I can help.
Holy shit. Now you're giving me cameras that don't help me. You should walk like a human, man. That was weird. Yeah, get over here.
This area is off limits.
Got time, I got time.
Don't be scared.
That should do it. I hope Freddy's okay. I should get back to the stage right away.
Frickin' did it.
Are you lost?
Suck my I did it. Now comes the part where I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be able to do in this episode. Okay, I'll give you that one. You got me. Oh, that's an issue. big one though. I mean, yeah. Oh, Monty.
Great job, superstar. Just push that button. The lift will take us down to parts and service.
Oh no! What time is...
My dogs are barking. I gotta go see what they're barking at. Huh. Lord have mercy, my ears are sore. Oh, not this son of a bitch.
Quickly, get to the recharge station. Follow me.
Okay, look down, thank you.
Sit down and stop moving, sir.
Can I just say, I hate moon, and I hate stars. Also, how is that possible? Oh, Lord.
Freddy! Can you hear me? Freddy's in there. I have to get him out.
I'm sorry. How? Ah. Mother of...
Hi. Please take this map. Take
Okay, I
a
thought
map.
I broke something there. I was about to say, if I have to play it again. Okay.
Thank you. Please enjoy.
I hate that thing!
It ain't the worst thing you'll come across.
It's a map of the utility tunnels. It looks like there's a security office nearby. If I can find another security badge, I can get into parts and service.
I'll go back and save because I don't remember if I did save or not. Just in case. So is the Fizzy Faz upgrade, is that like make it faster? What can I jump on that thing?
Freddy, there's something here!
I gotta... Oh my fuck.
Mind if we come in? Sure. Just gonna ask you a few questions.
Let me...
What?
Not again!
What was aren't you doing on the
Didn't do
balcony all alone?
animation like that.
You spy. You might have all of us. Why didn't you just say that? I only used to take my brother and me to the bar over there. Why should get liquored up us in front of whoever was there? I swear.
We'll see how I'm feeling. Maybe I'll do another episode.
You've been sober for a while, right?
This will be the third.
2 years. 2 months.
The feeling I'm gonna die a couple times.
What's the last time you spoke to him?
just moved.
Sure did.
Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. What? No, I couldn't find it.
So this is what you look like inside? Creepy. I like you better with your shell on.
Okay, now what the fuck am I supposed to do?
What? Stay close to the microphone.
Where the hell?
It's the security office. Should be one of those badge head things in here. Got it!
What?
I can open parts and service now. Oh, come on!
No.
Here's a question for you. How the hell do I get out of here? I can only hear him walking around. I take it that means I'm good. Getting sore from the headphones.
Can I take it off? No, you're not trying to hurry. Huh?
I found him earlier and locked him up and lost him found.
That is great news.
he can be returned to his parents.
He can't. Turns out, there's no record of him.
How unfortunate. If you reattach my head, I will go look for him now.
His name is Gregory. You know how I know that? His Fazwatch kept repeating it, in your voice. Gregory, are you there? Gregory?
Vanessa, all the Fazwatches sound like me. It is the default voice option.
If you're part of this, you're scrap. Monty will run the shows until Parts and Service can slap your casing on a new endo. Hang out here for a while. I gotta find that kid.
Vanessa, do not leave me like this!
Okay.
Gregory, I am so glad you are here and alive.
Freddy!
Use the console to let me out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a couple seconds. Oh yeah. Grab these, charge the flashlight, save, and then we can do the rest of that. Okay, let's go see if I die this time.
Welcome to Partsons. Please enter the protective cylinder to continue.
What'd they do to you?
Routine maintenance. I am functioning much more better now. Grammar function error. Perhaps I am still not at peak performance. Could you
my mouse.
reattach my head?
I don't know. It looks complicated.
Just reconnect the wires. And be careful. I am not quite myself at the moment.
In case of an emergency, the protective cylinder will protect important service personnel outside of the protective cylinder. Deactivating animatronic safety protocols now. It is recommended that no mistakes are made during the procedure. To reconnect Freddy's head, repeat the correct sequence by pressing the flashing connectors.
Okay.
Good job. Now use the testing console to run diagnostics and complete the procedure. Good
Oh.
job. Freddy is all patched up and ready for the big show.
I know for a fact
You may
if I
now
click or do
exit the
anything there,
protective cylinder.
I'll die.
There's so much tech stuff in here. Is there anything I can use to stop the other bots?
Bright lights in the eyes cause us to briefly malfunction. I suppose a phaser blaster or a phascam could work.
Where do I get one?
Or you can win a phaser blaster in Phaser Blast. Phascams are often confiscated in Monty Golf, but you will need a party pass to open one of those attractions. Chica normally gives them out for birthdays. Check her green room in Rockstar Row. You may find one there. Use the service elevators at the back of the room. They go up to Rockstar Row. It looks like they are all out of order except for Roxy's.
Okay.
Freddy, check out these pictures. Chica has some sort of special voice box. Roxy has new eyes. And Monty was given better claws. We have to get these. We can upgrade you.
Gregory, Those parts belong to my friends. I would never do anything to hurt them.
What? All they've done all night is try to hurt me! They get what they deserve.
There must be a good explanation. They are not capable of hurting a guest. None of us are. It would go against our programming.
Unless someone changes that program. Okay, let's die a couple hundred times. I don't think I can actually even walk in. Ooh, I can. I guess we'll get the Phaser Blaster first. What the fuck?
Did you know that bears like pizza sauce more than honey? It's true. Before their extinction, bears were known to attack pizza delivery trucks more than any other food service vehicles. This has been another fun Faz fact.
Bears are extinct recently. You know. I don't know if she's there or not, and I'm not risking.
Freddy, get out of my room!
Absolutely was there. Good thing we did not. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? Right, but how? Does that mean I gotta go to the other place too? Man, you're dying quick, dude. You fucking dying fast. have a dumb idea. Save.
Hiding.
And I'm going to use these things. Push comes to shove, I guess I'm butternut. Roxanne. Hey, Chica. Ooh, okay, that did work. I know what I gotta do. Absolutely bullshit, he's in that vent now.
Come on, kid. I don't have all night.
Could you get your fat ass out the way? Just gonna go over here nice and slow.
Freddy! I found the party pass!
Well done.
Oh crap! It's that horrible moon thing again!
Quick, find a recharge station. You should be able to see their locations on the map.
Huh. I think we were close to one, huh?
Gregory, that party pass is very special. It will let you into Phaser Blast or Monte Golf. However, it can only be used once.
I gotta go do one thing before that. Maybe. I gotta go to the prize counter.
I could open this gate if I had Monty's claws.
Back across the map we go. My head hurts. Back way around we go, because apparently I'm gonna make me do that. So that's an issue. Here we go. Was I not supposed to be where I was?
Hi, this isn't a recording, this is a live video. This is just silent gameplay.
Adobe.
You asked for.
Hi there. So, some context for that clip. First of all, I'm not a modder. This isn't using mods, but instead a resource pack and a data pack. Second of all, this is the result of me picking up a project that would have made me really happy to see when I was about 9 years old. I was gonna make the FNAF fanatic inside of me happy and make a Five Nights at Freddy's pizzeria. Anybody else ever made like 12 of them and then you had one or two that were like the best ones? This was not really a map like that. It was more like, if I dare say it, more like something of a full-fledged game that I was aiming for. Okay, so I have to make something that I know I could make, but I also have to make something within the limitations of the Minecraft engine. So what did I actually want? Well, I wanted a smaller location, not as many animatronics since I spent a lot of time modeling, and a very retro setting like the first two games. Or like a Fredbear's game. So then, why not Fredbear's? Well, Fredbear's is infamously kind of hard to make a fan game for without changing a lot of the things about the universe, and while we are changing some things about the universe, it doesn't align with the one thing that I want. It's just too early in the timeline to have something like that happen. So I consulted my friend and expert and fellow ambassador of all things Five Nights at Freddy's, Ahmed. Hey, so, can you help me with this project I'm doing?
Oh yeah, of course.
And as fellow fans, we both decided on a sort of alternative timeline, and a setting that would allow certain things to coexist, just like I wanted. And on top of that, we're taking creative liberties just so we don't, like, duplicate one of the games. There are plenty of recreations of all the original games out there, so it was kind of pointless to make my own. I wanted an original story and
Welcome to the
original
live,
gameplay.
everyone.
I wish I could tell you what we figured out
How are y'all
lore-wise, but
doing
then,
today?
other than that, Theorist, you're a FNAF fan. He helped me brainstorm things all the way from the layout of the pizzeria, the lore, and even the gameplay. Here's pretty much what we both came up with. In order to make this lean into intel gathering and decision making, I've attempted my own unique system. So to help visualize this more clearly, I made some redrawings of the early concept art I made for this game. So let's say on your desk you have a small row of switches. These are called reset buttons.
Let's lock in, guys. No fucking way you're already in my fucking vent. God damn it. I knew that was gonna happen, bro. God damn it. gonna shove my hand up your ass, bro. What? Bloody bastard. Fuck, baby. There's no audio again. I don't know why she's broken. It rises up so unbelievably slow, bro. Barbar. Barbar. I love you. I love you more, Barbar. Another broken one. Damn game is so glitched. What are you guys doing? Oh, does Dad have a battery for it now? He's in his. I think he's in his room.
What the hell is going on here? These men are humiliating my son. Okay, that's not true. There was some kind of fight. A psychotic child broke his arm. Little girl, that's all. You hear that? Honestly, I'm just not spending any time over this. Please take a statement. She had no hair and she was bleeding from her nose. Like a
Huh? I'm watching Stranger Things. I'm 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 not in the way. Of where?
I told you to watch your mouth. Hey! I don't know what's gotten into you, man. You don't talk to me. Yeah. You gonna find me out too? Huh? You gonna find me out too? That's right. Run away, Stevie boy. Run away. Just like you always do. I'm here to turn you into a little pussy. That's right, Harrison. Run away. Hey, Mom. My dad is there. Listen. The last thing I want to leave is them knowing you're mixed up in all this. He's over there. I haven't found him. Not yet, at least.
I'll put it up.
I don't know. We haven't talked a lot. I mean, lately. Is there any place that your parents don't know about?
Okay, we're taking a break.
I don't know. I don't know where he is.
slowly work his way towards you. Him being in pitch darkness and you having the only light on in the entire building, he will be very curious about you. What you need to get rid of him will be behind you. The disconnect switch. Pulling the lights to the off position will completely disconnect electricity in the entire building. Everything will be completely dark, completely quiet, but it won't offset content. You might not get power drained for that, but the animatronics will still haunt. But doing this will make him uninterested and he will walk away. Across the building is a speedy little guy, Foxy. Foxy doesn't abide by the same rules as the others do. He should be able to move positions to any unoccupied camera on the map without having to account for things like adjacent rooms. He also cannot be seen in the dark, forcing you to use lights to find him before he gets to you if he escapes his cove. So just remember that observing his home camera with the lights on while he is in the cove will force him to retreat further back into his cove. Well, yeah, it's a good idea to check on him. It, or if one would have to be a totally unique block model, sometimes I just put in a line. I made the desk, the TVs you'll be using, and the wall texture with the other one from earlier. And also, with the help of the Axiom mod, I could put down this desk super easy, the TVs, and I even experimented with fake shadows. The Axiom mod is quite possibly the most helpful mod ever. By the way, none of this is technically modded, it just makes modifying vanilla things easier. So it even has things like rotation, scale, and scaling locally or globally. It is incredibly useful. Doing this would be a pain in the behind if I tried to do it with just commands. It would take a very, very long time. But luckily, because of this mod existing, you can do everything visually. I also slotted in some interaction entities to the TVs, and I could finally get a look at what your in-game user interface would look like. You see, it's a bit weird making a FNAF game in a real 3D space with a centered cursor. A really good example was that in my original sketch, I could actually achieve this look in-game by pushing you further back and forcing your FOV to be much smaller. This would match the look of almost every game where your actual visual field is tiny compared to what you can see in real life, especially with the original 3 games. In the first one, you would not have to turn your head to see both door buttons. You'd be able to see them in your peripheral vision very easily. The thing is, though, nobody ever thinks of this. Like, why would you? Why would anyone? It's convincing enough, but when you have to make something in such a weird circumstance like I do, you realize you should have used a real key. Too late. This is what we ended up with. But this allows you to unique. This is where all good things come from, my friend. Limitation. If you didn't notice, actually, Steel Wool realized this exact same thing as I did in Hub 1. Your office is much smaller. You must have moved to the center of the room instead of in the back of it somewhere. You kind of have to smush everything together when you are a real rotating camera in a 3D space, not like a picture. I ran into another problem, though. These TVs are really tiny. How are you meant to see anything on here? Well, what if we could use a button on your keyboard to zoom in? Great, I can't do that because this is Minecraft. I can't just code a button to zoom you in, except now you can. Using Minecraft's relatively new input predicates, you can make most of your basic keyboard-related actions in the game, like movements, so like WASD, sprinting, jumping, all be read by a data pack. So this means I could make a key on your keyboard that corresponds to whatever key your sprinting key is, make it so that you zoom in. That's right. Just apply a slowness effect to the player when you're holding it down. You won't be able to move on anyway, and you should be able to see the screens in a much higher quality. While the zoom still has some problems like dynamic FOV, I can't possibly account for everything. When you make a project like this, you kind of just have to accept that there's going to be holes, a lot of holes, and a lot of workarounds. So that is the closest, friendliest way we're going to have it work. I used some art I made to substitute the max size of the testing images for the cameras, which would be 512 by 512, and made it so that only one could be selected at a time. A full environment being displayed here could totally work. There's plenty of resolution and space on this. And as for environment, yeah, I wanted to try my hand at that. I kind of just wanted to take a break from so much coding. So I translated everything shown in the map to a physical location I could walk around in game. You won't be able to see it at all, but this is just for making sure it's a cohesive building. There are signs labeled as things that I wanted to model later and make sure that they were put visible in the cameras. I made other assets for the dining room as well, and I also started to work on Freddy. I looked at a few ideas and understood what I had to do. Because I already had Bonnie, it was a lot more straightforward. All of the hard work had been done already. The fur texturing really took forever, so it was a huge time saver. Take a look. The office is supposed to be the only completed room in the video at the moment. It's going to be the only thing you have to look at in game, so it better look good. Noticed anything about what I'm doing in the background though? That's right! Animated Java is going to be used in this map. It's basically essential to map making nowadays. It's honestly a miracle, and it's a gift given to us by God. It is genuinely insane that we have this thing as a tool nowadays. I have no idea how he figured this out, but it is probably one of the greatest things that we've ever received as a community. This is the Reset Breaker Resetter. You are only allowed to have so many resets you can use for the animatronics before you're put on the cooldown. If you wish to hit the cooldown early and get your resets back to full, you can always pull the switch. Of course, this uses power. Running out of resets on its own uses power. But maybe to balance it out, the time spent on the cooldown to refresh the power will be shorter maybe, and the amount of power used is scaled with how many resets you have left. For the rest of the office, here's what I added in the span of around 4 days. Idling TV screens, audio signs, other interface elements like the clock and the reset amount are now available. The walls are purple, nice. I redid the floor texture, really nice. Filing cabinets, I brought the panel of switches behind you closer to you because it was previously way too far by just making them part of an electrical box. And that's the reset breaker. This is the building light switch, and this is the new disconnect switch as well. So, Pinky, what is all this new stuff? Okay, I'll slow down a minute. So, the audio signs are meant to point you to active cameras, and they are to give you clues as to what's going on without having to flip through every single camera. Presence, movement, and haunting all make noise, and it is shown to you through there. The exact same day, I looked at some more references for dingy offices on Pinterest and put in a rug and a new, much nicer looking desk in my opinion. The metal desk was shelved at the side of the room, and after a day's break, a trash can, a cup, a paper ball, a TV on wheels, boxes, just a lot of assets. Just a lot of assets. Tables, chairs. I was also setting up for the stage camera. The animatronics were also starting to get more behaviors added to them. Aggressors are chosen at random out of every active animatronic there is, and any animatronic hunting at the moment they are chosen to be aggressive will stop haunting. Power drain was also functional. Haunters add 1 for every stage they get, up to 2, and remove 1 or 2 depending on what you did to reset them. Or I guess what stage you're on when you reset them, I guess. I also figured out how to display the correct camera on your TV. It's actually pretty cool, so I'll share that with you too. I'll give you the simple version. When an animatronic moves position, a tag is added to the screen item display that is meant to show that location. This tag is the name of the entertainer that is assigned that location. So, getting to where we need to go, if the select TV has the robot ready tag, robot Bonnie, etc., then run it with the storage that matches the tag. Real quick, inside of the storage is the information that we need for this function. All of these possible combinations will be switched around dynamically, and when we use them as macros in this command in this spot, it's really just 3 interchangeable strings that form the names of models in the resource pack. It's telling the item display to change to whatever is written in here. There are also other commands that run in the case that the camera is empty. These models, by the way, are just flat planes that contain the correct texture for the scenario. At the moment of development, they would have TVs included as well. That was going to be a problem later, but for right now, it's not. All of them are placeholders right now, but you can see the texture is its own thing. All I would have to do is overwrite the texture with a dark arcade or a haunted lit up play area in the future, and the map would just start coming to life. But this does mean making hundreds of individual models and making the required JSON folder in the resource pack that tells it what the name is and where to find the model. So, yeah, okay. I had some help generating these files. It's really not worth trying to do this by hand, trust me. You can see here it's working properly. There are 2 little eyes on this camera, and all other ones are dark, so that means somebody is there. Hi there. Audacity keeps ruining my takes, and I don't want to go through the trouble of setting everything back up in this room just to get a high quality take of a line that nobody's even going to appreciate or notice. So, basically, there's a feature in the game called dual cameras. It's meant to prevent me having to put over 100 possible combinations, I'm not even kidding, over 100 possible combinations on one camera. So, obviously some cameras should let you see if an animatronic is left the stage or something. You're not going to see specifically which one. You'll just be able to see how many. Or what I mentioned with Foxy, his camera. Well, in theory, it should just be one camera. You'd be able to see, Bonnie in the corner over here, and the lights are on, and Bonnie's hunting, and Foxy's on stage 2. But no, I can't do that because the amount of different renders that I have to make would actually drive me insane. If I did that, it would be over 100. I said over 100. So instead of that, you right-click the play area, points at Foxy, right-click it again, points at the rest
immersive room. It's the same thing with the stage camera. It allows these cameras to be hauntable and not just occupied by watching one thing happen at a time. And it's good mechanic, good game design, I believe. That's all you gotta do. Static is gonna be another mechanic. It masks animatronic movement to give you the impression that they walk. And it also balances the game by just taking away information. The thing in the back of my mind, however, while adding all of these overlays, though, was Optifine. You see, you might be a little bit mad at me for including Optifine here, but look, just trust me. It has very easy emissive textures and very specific themes for the light, which I could survive without the emissive textures since there was a workaround. Light maps, there was not a replacement for that. I really didn't want the stale regular Minecraft color grading. I wanted to at least give you the option to play the map with a more refined look. Here, allow me to sell you on this. See this room? It has a tinge of purple to its orange lighting, and the shadow in the corner is a saturated purple. Pitch darkness is also possible this way. It makes it look a lot cooler with a higher contrast. It also helps me hide things like animatronic movement when it comes to your office, like preparing a jump scare. So let's check out what it looks like. Yeah, so the moment that I loaded in, it had a very bad reaction to the overlays. I'll save you the frustration that this gave me and just tell you that the way to fix this was to turn off the built-in emissive textures option. No problem. For the screens, all I had to do was separate the TV from what I should have made just the screen, so the TV doesn't glow. And for the animatronics, Animated Java has a special feature for overriding the brightness on specific bones like you would normal entities in the game. However, it was a very odd bug that I ran into. There's no scroll bar. I can see it! I can see you right there! I can just barely tickle the box that'll help me get through this mess. Okay, you just open the console and put this in here and, oh. It worked. That's over. Thank you, Fetchbot. Cool animated van! Check out what I was able to put together using a shadow variant of Bonnie. Not final. Looks good though. I just have to make sure there aren't any shapes visible. While preparing the jump scare animation, I needed a way to have your camera shake. Otherwise, it would just lose all feeling. It was possible, but there was a few limitations. First of all, you cannot tilt your screen in Minecraft. You can look up, down, left, and right, but I shouldn't need that if I can just do this. And now, animated camera! Animated camera! Animated camera? Animated camera! So, another thing with Java. In this version, cameras destroy everything they touch. There are several issues with their existence at the time that I was using the hit block bench part. 1. For whatever reason, I cannot spectate them. 2. Even if I manage to spectate them, I can't get the animation to play. Animating them in and of itself is really tedious. Take a look at this. I can rotate the camera in Blockbench on a single axis, and it's fine. It turns the right way like I tell it to. But as soon as I tell it, hey, can you look up just a little bit? It makes it do a flip. Kiki, where's the flip? There's nothing wrong here. Look closely. No matter what I tried to do, using the rotation symbol always caused this problem. I had to manually type in every value for each keyframe instead of doing it like the human way. I have no idea why it thinks like this. It is so weird. In fact, you could continuously rotate it until it reaches values in the thousands. Or sometimes the command to spectate just doesn't generate itself unless it wants to. No footage here, but I assure you I ran into it. But look, in the Discord server, someone figured out a workaround for issues 1 and 4. You can effectively just make a camera by making what's called a locator, apparently. It's probably a marker entity in-game, but you can also attach an entity like an armor stand to the locator, then animate the locator itself. Look at what Mr. J.B. Greenbow did using this technique. That's right, the camera is working. You can see the POV and position changing, and the first person looks pretty sick. So, I had my solution. I could start working on making a jump scare animation. Okay, that's okay. Sometimes not everything works for everyone. Maybe I was just dumb and couldn't figure it out. But wait, I can light on display instead of an armor stand. At least it worked, though. I tried a few more fixes from this friendly Discord builder. Apparently, all you had to do to fix issue 1 was to change this line to this line, and the function to spectate the camera should start working. This evidently didn't fix the animation, but there were still some other fixes floating around I wanted to try before I gave up entirely. That's it. If you're savvy in this stuff and wondering, yeah, yes, I did try the interpolation feature for item displays and doing that manually, and no matter where I looked or what I did, just let me finish! Just let me finish! I was gonna say I couldn't find any recent documentation on it or actually figure out how. So I tried one last thing. There was an all-inclusive animated Java resort. This guy went out of his way to find everything he could fix in the current version and put it together as his own template. So all I have to do is click his GitHub link and... How do I use this site? I'm not a real programmer, I'm fake. I code in a stupid block game language. God, if only someone could...
Yo.
Andrew, you're like a scientist or something, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Can you help me use GitHub?
Sure. You just gotta sign in.
Yes, I can finally get this to work. Everyone is going to be so proud of me, Andrew. Thank you for everything you've ever done for me. Okay, the camera arc is over. I was just going to have to do my keyframes the old-fashioned way. It wasn't going to look as good, but at least that workaround exists. Right? Manual keyframes. But actually, /damage command. I bet you weren't expecting this to solve all of my problems. You know that armor stand you're forced to mount in-game? It stops you from taking knockback from damage.
Right this way. Take a look at that bump. Your drink, sir? The only drink he has is the brain cells he killed with whatever he drank.
No way, dude. Totally sober. I told Elaine, let's just exchange information.
But I know the police don't come to a minor accident unless you report an injury. That's right. Police are on their way now.
Just, why don't you go ahead and take a seat? Relax.
And Antoine's sake.
That's crap. This is your brand new. That's brand new.
What's that mean? You okay?
Step back and get some room. Thank you.
Still really tacky. Can we push him down, Elaine? Let's not from metabolizing the cracks.
Well, slow down the season.
Treat. Come here. Treat. 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 Buddy, treat. Treat.
Yes, he's not metabolizing.
Buddy, come here. Good boy. Go to kill. Go to kill. Go to kill. Buddy, go.
It's like I told you, it's the minor thing I can straighten out. So can I cabin? Nice. And thanks for catching the ball. Yeah. Better. You'll never get one trap.
Shane died.
Why can't you just be happy now?
I'm not sure anymore. And anything that you're hiding, and I know that Shane would want that. Season 1. I think this is the last. I think this is. Yeah. This might be season 2. I'm not sure. Nah, it's the last episode.
I feel like I gotta go to sleep. I don't know. I go to bed around 10 o'clock.
Hey, and maybe even plan some time off.
Oh my god, it's the Terminator! This literally is the... Yo, what's up, big top? This literally is the elevator. Ah, God, crap. Later, big top. Yo! Were they gonna make like a giant animatronic Freddy Fazbear? Can this game end in like a mega fight? That'd be awesome. A giant Freddy Fazbear mech. That's like the original Freddy Fazbear. Well, not the original. I'm not gonna say the original because like a billion, you know what I mean, like from FNAF 1. Fascinating. I'm sure that means something for the lore. Hi. Oh, let's get in it. Ah, thank you for telling me that. Just right over there. Let's take this. Ah, how am I able to do this? Okay, this goes to that camera. Yeah. Oh, it's literally. Oh, it's like FNAF. I thought this was the. So that drains its power. Oh. Ah. What if I move the suit? Okay, so where did I put the other suit? It's over here. Okay, so.
Well, as far as dark lights go, that was rather bland with very little scenery. This indoor room is nice. What the hell? All flowing to this place. What the actual world? This is some fun build-up. Oh. Where are these again? Fine, whatever. Oh, never mind. Fun thing. Yep. So what is all this power going to? None of it's going to the principal, right? I'm assuming it's linear. One or two specifically. Okay. Before I did, but again, well, yeah, that does make sense. And thus we come to my favorite messaging area in the game. Sure, it might not be using the costume gimmick anymore, but this is where plenty already, so a change in pace makes a difference. What I love most about this setting is the environment. This house is an incredibly claustrophobic, and might I add, dangerous setting to place us in. Not only with noise makers to distract him too, but plenty of traps for us to fall if we're not paying attention. The house also has 2 floors, which, just like the standard captain segment, will really tend to obfuscate where M2 is. We also get several cutbacks to use, but they never lead directly to the safe room, so this encourages the player to sneak around, use traps tactically, and to really try to outmaneuver the monster instead of just blindly running around in a panic like so many mascot horror games tend to do. Even better, the goobers we're looking for are in film reels with even more story beats to them, so each return to the safe room gives us a bit of a cooldown while we watch snippets of a loving father who I'm absolutely certain will experience no tragedy whatsoever in this horror game. I, of course, have nitpicks, like how I wish certain things in the environment might change up or escalate as we got more tapes, and of course the aforementioned, give me a health bar for the love of... No. Pop this sucker in. Birthday, buddy. Huge cake. That's a massive cake for 3 people. Wait, one of them's a baby? They made a cake that big for 2 people and a baby. What? Oh, I bet the order of these cakes hasn't good, but I mean, because the birthday had a one at the end. Okay. Happy birthday, buddy. Wait for Mama. Mama loves Daddy. David, Mommy's gone. Wait. We're learning things. Tape. Nope. Bye. Oh, I see it. Did you make this? Oh, that's creepy. That's not creepy at all. You just made a mimic of your... Are you gonna... No? Come on. Yes! Eat shit. Ah. Happy birthday, buddy. Oh, God. Oh, dear. You're right. That's great. Okay, 16807. Remember that door up on the second floor. All right. We are in business. What do you have changed in your house? 16807. Awesome.